Hello everyone, welcome to DevSecOps Conference. Hello everyone, I'm from India. Uh, I see a lot of comments. Hello, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining DevSecOps Conference. And we have amazing speaker lineup today, and looking forward to meet everybody in the Discord channel. There is a link in description. Please join that link and introduce yourself so you can connect with other community members. And we have the amazing speaker lineup, and you can directly ask questions in the Discord channel to speaker if you have any kind of queries around the talk. And I'll be the host. My name is Sangam, and I'll be the host for the rest of the day. So please support this event. And now I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Saiyam Pathak. He need no introduction, but here we go. He is a CNCF ambassador. He wears multiple hats of influence. He run amazing YouTube channel, and if you search on the Google CNCF Minute, you will find uh, kind of minimal kind of introduction to CNCF projects, and you can learn quickly. And he is very active on the social media and everywhere, and very helpful. Uh, Welcome, Sayam.
Hi everyone. Hi Sangam. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'll quickly share the screen. Cool. I see a lot of great people in the chat already. So hello to everyone. Awesome. So this DevSecOps conference, and this is the first kind of session. I'll be kind of setting the context overall, and we'll be discussing a few of the tools, and there'll be like hands-on demo as well. So I'm really excited for this, and hope you are too. So before getting started, a bit about myself. I'm Director of Technical Evangelism working at Civo. Civo is a company that builds managed Kubernetes service based on K3s and some of the other compute and other stuff which is coming up. So you can check that out. I'm a CNCF ambassador. I'm all the Kubernetes certified except for KCNM because I'm one of the SMEs over there. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm very active over there, tweeting out the latest and the greatest in tech. Same with the YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that. I post with the amazing people. Some of them are in the chat as well. The live streams and some of the videos. I'm also author of Kubernetes CKS, which is the Kubernetes Security certification. So I know kind of a bit about security and why it is important, and we'll discuss many things today. So let's get started. This is a very, without any arrows and without any line diagrams. So DevSecOps, like first let's set the context of the conference itself. So in a traditional way of deploying the software, like modern way, not the traditional way, we have been using the DevOps pipeline. So if you are not familiar with the DevOps pipeline, it's kind of some stages which are there, and each stage has a specific purpose, like pushing the code. So you have written the code, you're pushing the code, then you're building can be in the form of Docker images, then you're deploying it, and then you're releasing it. So all these are different stages, and they form a complete pipeline, the complete DevOps pipeline, from code to the deployment to the release, and deploying that to the production. So that's kind of DevOps. And now where how this term is now getting popular, the DevSecOps. So it's not something very new. Every time you release a software, obviously it has to go under the security audit, security checks, because you are releasing a new version of the software. And if it's not secure, then probably you are putting your customers data at risk. You are putting all the credit card informations, if it's an e-commerce site, at risk. You are putting the personal information at risk. So there are multiple things that you are putting at risk that can make you vulnerable, that can get the attacker access to your product, your releases, which will not be good. So obviously the security researchers are there. They will test the stuff out, and then they'll go back. Okay, here's what the things are missing. The vulnerabilities, you haven't patched the OS yet. You are using a wrong kind of image over there. Please use this particular image, and many other things. Now the security aspect has changed from traditional aspects. Why? Because traditionally the microservices architecture was not completely there. The containerization and the Kubernetes services were not there. So now with the microservices architecture, the cloud which is there, the containerization layer which is there, Kubernetes layer which is there, the attack surfaces have increased. So there has to be like new ways of researching. There has to be new tools that should help the security people. And also, since we are moving in a automated way of the DevOps pipeline, there should not be a bottleneck at the end of the pipeline that, okay, we release everything and then the security person is testing. It has to be at every stage, it has to be at every layer, it has to be at every place that we are doing. So basically security has to be in the mindset. So like DevOps is a culture. Similarly, DevSecOps also follows the kind of similar pattern, similar culture. So you have to have prepare the mindset where the developers, operation, and the security people, they all three are collaborating and working together. They know about the policies. Like you are committing the code, you do the static analysis. You do in the GitHub actions, you do that. For building, you first write the Docker file itself with the Docker best practices, and not using the using the verified images, using the signed images. Container scanning, that when you're deploying, you have Kubernetes layer on top of it. So make sure your Kubernetes layer itself is secure, your infrastructure is secure, the cloud you are running, you're following the best practices according to the cloud vendor provided. So all these has to be there, because then only you'll fail fast and you'll fix fast. Else you will be kind of dependent, and it will take more time. So there is no kind of you are opposing the meaning of DevOps. You are opposing the meaning of automation. So now when you will be like having each layer, each security layer added at every step, then it makes like a complete DevSecOps process, or you can call it a process culture, a mindset. Or obviously there are tools involved, and the tools has also evolved over the period of time. It's not only the traditional tools, because Kubernetes wasn't existent before, it exists now. So the tools to monitor that, the tools to kind of benchmark that, or to see if it is according to security best practices, they have to be there. So those tools everybody has to understand. Then everybody needs to understand collectively, the developers, operations team, and the security team, and then they have to work together to provide a complete s- you know security. So that also you can call it as a supply chain security. So you will be having the chaining of events, and you'll be having the security at each level. So that's what in my heads is what I feel DevSecOps is. If you have like kind of some different approach or things like that, then do tweet them out. I would love to hear your thoughts as well. Now, a very popular four C's of security in the cloud native ecosystem. So when you talk about the cloud native ecosystem, there are four C's, which is like the cloud, which is basically the infrastructure layer. Then on top of the infrastructure, you're having the cluster, which is the Kubernetes layer. On top of that, you're having containers in which your code is actually running. So each layer requires scanning. That's why like security has to be at all layers, security has to be everywhere, because the attack surfaces have grown. So this is what I was telling you, the attack surfaces has grown even more than it was in the past. That is why the number of attacks, the number of vulnerabilities has also grown over the past. And this is the reason why there are number of tools that are increasing with respect to like Kubernetes cloud for security, because the attacks are rising. There has to be a fix for that, and there might be some open source tool that solves that particular problem, so you should use that. So first obviously is the kind of data center or the cloud. So when you talk about cloud, each cloud vendor is having some certain set of best practices that they publish, so you can follow that. Exposing like minimum number of nodes to the internet, limiting the control plane access, etcd encryption, host operating system scans. Obviously the host OS also has to be secure, else you can be compromised, things can be compromised. Then you are also having the cluster layer. So in Kubernetes there are a lot of things like, first the Kubernetes components itself have to be secure. Then on top of that, what you are deploying has to be secure. So there are multiple parts to it when it comes to Kubernetes. So like the AAA is authorization, authentication, and admission. So that has to be there. CIS scan, NSA scans, which is there, like NSA hardening guide, which was published very recently last year. So that has to be, like, you can follow the best practices from that as well. Like, we will be talking about the tools that helps you do that. Network policies to be done, pod security, which is there, policies, toolings. So you can see, like, earlier it was OPA, which is Open Policy Agent, but now there are multiple tools which have come up in the past 1.5 years. Like Keverno has evolved a lot in the past 1 year. You have Cube Warden, which is based on WASM policies. Then OPA has a Gatekeeper project, which is for Kubernetes specifically. Then obviously TLS has to be everywhere. Secrets and the encryption at rest, you should kind of take care of that. Then when it comes to the container layer, the images, so first, yeah, Dockerfile best practices has to be followed. Then you should always do container scanning. You should use the signed images. Make sure you're not using any privileged users inside your Docker files. So all these best practices should also be followed. Then you have the code level. So you do static code analysis, you do dynamic code analysis. There are various tools for that with respect to the language that you're using. Then TLS and MTLS between the services, because you might be using like service meshes, so you should be using that. Limiting the port ranges within the application that you are developing. Dependency scanning. So you all know, like Log4j has been there, and many tools out there is using Log4j internally. They didn't know that they were vulnerable. So like that, the dependency scanning has to be there. Then the attack tooling. So there are very famous attacks which are there, and tools that can prevent that. So make sure the basic set of attacks, which are very famous ones, you are using the tooling for that as well. So like this, you can see, there are many scenarios, many attack surfaces in all the layers, starting from the infrastructure to the code, that you have to think of. Now, a lot of things are there, but when it is thought from the start, when it is thought from the code level, from the committing the code from the left side, that's why we say always, shift left. So from the left hand side, then throughout the pipeline, you'll take care of that in each steps, and you'll kind of get to the best scenario or the secure system. Obviously, no system is fully secure. People will always find vulnerabilities. It's just that you move towards better system, you move towards a better setup, you move towards a better infrastructure which is secure. Now, in the CNCF landscape, you have a security and compliance. You can see the number of tools that have, the number of tools that have rise in the past. So Open Policy OPA, which is Open Policy Agent, is graduated, and two of the tools that we'll be discussing are actually based on the Rego policies, which OPA uses. So I think that's pretty cool. Falco will be discussing about today. Falco is a runtime security tool, so it's also very great. And then there are some other tools like Terascan. We'll be kind of exploring. Then there are plenty of tools people are developing. Why people are developing? Because they care about the security. Like Kubebench is there, Kubehunter is there. So they care about the security, and security is important. Again, the same kind of statement I'm giving again, because the number of attacks are rising. People want their systems to be secure. So that is why the number of tools are also increasing, and they will rise. So let's talk about Falco first. So Falco is a cloud native runtime security project. It is a CNCF incubating project as of now, and it fits in the security landscape detection layer. So like, one is the prevention layer, one is the detection layer, and Falco sits in the detection layer of that. Now, how Falco works is very kind of a neat, because it directly tracks the syscalls which are going to the kernel via the apps. So Falco parses those syscalls and checks against the rules which are defined in the config, a YAML file that has predefined amazing set of rules, and you can customize those rules, and then it will check all the syscalls which are happening against those rules and give you the alerts and the violation that you can set up on top of that. So if you like any of the things that I'm saying, just tweet that out, because I want, like, people in the end to be saying, what they learned actually from the presentation. Now, how Falco works is on a very high level. You have application. an application is running on Kubernetes is running on the operating system, and you have two things over here, which is the user space and the kernel space. So the Falco engine will be living in the user space, and the Falco driver gets installed when you install Falco in the kernel space. Now, there are two types of drivers. If you are on the previous kernel versions, then you have the kernel ring buffer module. If you have the latest kernel versions, which suppose kind of eBPFs, then you'll be having the eBPF probe. So again, a very amazing use case of eBPF, which is there. So the application calls Kubernetes, the call goes to here, and internally, in the end, it is a sys call that is happening in the kernel, which the Falco tries to monitor. So it will be going via the ring buffer or eBPF probe, depending on the kernel version that you are having, and then it goes to the engine and validates against the set of rules that you have defined in the config YAML, and then it gives the output. So there are additional plugins that let you extend or enrich the data using like the cloud logs and things like that. You can also have the audit logs to track the Kube API server, and the output can, there are various output formats like HTTP, gRPC, Prometheus, std out, and a very good community project out there, Falco Sidekick, lets you kind of extend the output to even more places like Slack, S3, serverless, Loki. So it even extends that. So I think that's very interesting how Falco works, and it has been grown massively. Like any cloud native system you see out there, they tend to use Falco because of the power that it is having, and the number of rules that you can configure. So it's kind of amazing. So definitely check that out. And from Kubernetes certification perspective, CKS1 Falco is a very important topic as well. So I think that itself gives you the credibility, how important this particular piece of project is. Next up is Terascan. Again, very interesting tool that I recently came across, thanks to Sangam, who told me about Terascan. So Terascan actually is a tool. Again, is a command line tool, fully the CLI for the with the developer focus. Now, I really like the whole idea of the companies who are developing the tools in a developer oriented manner, because it kind of resonates with how people are working actually, and how they would want to see the results, how they would want to see the outputs. So Terascan is basically a tool to detect the compliance security violations across infrastructure as code, to mitigate the risk before provisioning the cloud native infrastructure. Now, it is not only limited to the Terraform, which is by different set of providers like AWS, Azure, GCP, but it also scans like Docker files, the static YAML files, Helm, customize. So it has that the input, the flag, where you can provide, okay, I want in this particular directory, I want to scan the Docker files. So please load the Docker file policies and scan my repository with respect to the Docker file, and let me know if my Docker file is up, is in the best practices. Same with the Kubernetes. So these are the YAML files. So tell me that if the YAML files are fine, or is there, the resource request and limits are missing, or if any other thing is missing. So that's pretty interesting. It also integrates with GitHub, and it also, like, Terraform obviously is there. And you can see, like, there are a lot of open source tools out there, and this is with respect to Kubernetes. And Kubernetes was, I think, very recently added to Terascan. It was not from the beginning. So still Terascan is over there. Now, Terascan has a very interesting thing which is called a Rego editor. So it is a kind of a VS Code extension that you can directly install in the VS Code, and you will be able to get the template of the policy. Basically, you don't have to write the policy from scratch, everything. So you get that Rego policy, and then you can customize that based on the needs. So that is very interesting, the Terascan Rego editor. So make sure to check that out. I'll be doing a demo in the end on Terascan, so just to show you how things work, how it works. Then comes Cubescape, another very interesting tool. So this tool actually came after what you call the NSA hardening guide. So the NSA hardening guide came last year, and after I think a month or two, this tool also came up. Since it was the first open source tool that adheres to the NSA hardening guide, so that is why it became very popular. So Cubescape, again, built for developers. I like that approach very much. Assures that every Kubernetes cluster, microservices, pod remains secure from development to production, from configuration to runtime. Now, Cubescape can be integrated with your CI system, CI/CD systems like your Jenkins. Very simple guides are also available. Very simple tutorials are available on the documentation how to integrate Cubescape with Jenkins. It obviously scans your YAML files, Helm charts, customize running clusters, and it supports multiple frameworks. There are frameworks like NSA, CISA, then MITRE, then ARMO best means the best practices or the best Rego policies based on whatever ARMO thinks are the best. So again, this particular tool is also based on Rego policies. So there are Rego policies out there which is being used. So that you can see the power of kind of Rego policies which are out there. On top of these tools, yes, you can and you should be using some of the other toolings as well, like the Kyverno or Gatekeeper or whatsoever out there, because you need policies. You can have more policies, you can have more control. Admission controller, yeah, just forgot one thing, that Terascan for Kubernetes is also having an admission controller which they recently added, that you can that you can integrate with. Now, Terascan, in the end, these two features are really cool, which is the RBAC visualizer. I really like it because it gives you the whole visualization on how your RBAC looks like. It's very cool because it's very good for understanding how in your cluster the roles and the role bindings and all those things are working. And then you have the pass scans. You can have different clusters. You can have image scanning, and they have a good UI as well. So that is kind of their SaaS offering, but I haven't seen the kind of pricing for that. So I for now I'm assuming that it's anybody can kind of use it. So it's very simple. So before the thank you, I would like to show you. Okay, first let's do the demo. Let me share the terminal window now. Share screen. Okay, so I hope you are able to see the terminal window. And what we are going to do is, let's first go with Terascan. Terascan. So again, this is Terascan. I have already downloaded the Terascan CLI. You can easily download that. That is not a very fancy thing to show, to be honest. So Terascan is there, and these are the set of available commands. Init just initializes all the policies. So that's what init does, and then scan will scan the policies. So let's do a Terascan scan, and let's give -I initialize the policies, and I want only Docker. What it will do is, I have told like do the scans with the IAC type Docker. So it will do the Docker file scan. So it will search for the Docker file and it will do that type of scan. So that is what it has done. So it says that ensure the range of port is from 0 to 65535. Ensure that apt is not run in the run command of the Docker file, and things like that. So I can actually show you the Docker file as well. This is this very simple kind of Docker file, and they are actually updating so that even the secrets and all, they can be mitigated using this. Like, you should obviously not expose the secrets as well. Now let's do a simple scan. Now this particular thing will scan in this particular directory, so that is what it will tell, like IAC type all, because I haven't specified that. So it will do all the checks which are there, all the policies with respect to all the files which are present in this particular folder. So there are a lot of, kind of, not lot, but there are some files over here, like some YAML files over there, that it will kind of check, and it will tell me what all things are there. Now they are very interesting. So let me show you this one. So minimize the admission of root containers. So in the deploy.yaml, there is a root container which is there. You haven't specified the readiness probe, CPU limits are not set. So all these things it will tell you. And with respect to the kind of severity level, so containers should not run with allow privileged escalation. Containers should not run with allow privileged escalation in the deploy.yaml. So you have that. We can You can see this. And then what else do we have? This was a simple one, that's why it didn't give any error for this one. That is how it scans, and there are different options, different IAC types. So if you just give Terascan scan -i and you specify like Docker or K8s or customize or Helm, so it will check that. So that is how Terascan works. Now let's move on to Cubescape. There are two aspects to it. One is obviously the CLI. So Cubescape, this is there. I already have a Civo Kubernetes cluster, so kubectl get nodes. So Cubescape cluster is already there. I'm not the Cubescape cluster. Cubescape is installed, and I already have a Kubernetes cluster running on Civo Kubernetes. So we'll do a scan. So you can see Cubescape scan will scan the current running cluster and the YAML files. So let's do a Cubescape scan. So security scanner is starting. I can even enable host scan if I want to kind of run it for the hosts. It is downloading all the policies. Policies have been downloaded, accessing the cluster objects, and now it will give me a kind of list of all the things which are valid, not valid, or which should be changed. So it got the cluster. The cluster name is Greenstone, which is correct, and it has scanned these many stuff. So this is the summary. But if we go above, we will be able to see very good thing, which is the failure and the remediation step. I really like that. So you can see, for example, very interesting things were there. Let me just go to the deployment section. Yeah, that is too much. I'll also tell you like how it is, how you can easily navigate, because that is there. Let's go to the end and see if you can find something interesting in the end. Yeah. So these are the file where the memory limit is not set. So in the default namespace, there are a lot of deployments and the stateful set. And the kube system namespace also there are some, and you can see the resource memory limit is not set. So I think it is a kind of neat way to do it, because that's the kind of control. This is the Armo doc for that, and this is the description, and these are the set of the resources which it has scanned and let us know. So similarly, the CPU limit, similarly the resource policies. So you can see everything is kind of there. Now even the RBAC permission. So attackers with relevant RBAC permission can use kubectl forward command, and you can see these are the kind of interesting groups which they have given. So that is interesting. Now it might be difficult to visualize in this particular manner, so they have a fancy UI as well, you can see in the end. Like in a user friendly UI, so you just need to I think sign up over here, and I already have done that. So let me switch back to the other screen, and let me show you how that looks like, because that is very interesting. Okay, so we are here. Sangam, can you add this particular slide to the... Yeah, thanks. So this is how the Cubescape UI looks like. It gives you the risks. in form of, the greenstone cluster is there, and it has done the NSA hardening guide. There are actually other hardening guides as well, which you can actually select. So if I click here, now it will give me the score over time, and it will give me the score with respect to kind of if I run multiple stuff. And these are the policies like armo best policies or devops best policies or NSA guide, and all these checks. And you can see with respect to these, what are the like allowed host path, allowed host network access, and this is the ID with respect to that you can check what it actually means. So I think this is a very interesting view of that. Then you have image scanning. So image scanning is also great. So it scans all the images with respect to the vulnerability level. It's in beta, but I think it looks pretty neat with respect to the images. RBAC visualizer. So you have the RBAC visualizer for the cluster. So you can see this is how the RBAC visualizer. I think there are a couple of other visualizers for Kubernetes as well. It kind of reminds you of that. So you can see this is what it controls. This is what it controls. So you can actually see the visualization. I think that's very interesting and neat feature. Then in the settings section, if you go, which you can go from here very simply, you can see that integration. So you can actually integrate it with Jenkins, Circle CI, GitLab, Azure DevOps. So if I click over here, goes to the documentation and lets the basic setup, like from creating a job, adding a build step, and doing how to integrate that. So I think that's also pretty neat. So that is what Cubescape is. So you have different frameworks that you can use. You can add a framework from or you can create your own framework with respect to certain policies that you can do. You can skip the policies that you do not want to use. So I think many things are there, so you can control that as well. And this is the Cubescape repository. So if you like that, actually you can see like it has already close to 4.9k stars, and it is not a too old repository. So you can see the kind of adoption for Cubescape. So make sure you check that out and contribute. This is the Terascan documentation, where you have Kubernetes, and you can see actually the policies. So you have policies with respect to GitHub, Kubernetes, GCP, Azure, and you can see these are the set of policies that they already have in Terascan. So that is pretty interesting that you can check. And another thing that I want to tell you is this is the Terascan repository. I know Sangam will talk more about that. But now when I go to the releases of the Terascan and I see that it was released 3 days ago, and it fixes a new CADES policy with a CVE number. And when I go to this particular issue, it redirects me to the actual CVE. So it was a high rated CVE with respect to Nginx ingress, and that was kind of fixed in 1.13. So I think that's how these companies are kind of working. There is a CVE immediately, like people start working on writing the Rego policy for that, and that gets integrated in the product, and it is released so that you can scan against that particular vulnerability as well. So the CVEs will keep on coming, the tools will keep on getting mature. So keep an eye on all these security tools. Keep an eye on the security landscape, CNCF security landscape. That is the place you should be kind of looking at. You will see much more tools added to this particular landscape. Even the supply chain security space, you will see a lot of tools getting added over there. So I think with that, I would kind of conclude this particular session that um, security is at every layer, and you should not skip security at any piece of the puzzle, starting from the infra layer, containerization, Kubernetes containers, code. So all levels has to be there. Like if you use Golang, there is a Golang analysis tool, static analysis tool. You should do that because it helps you do that. It helps you cater those vulnerabilities, and it will not be a long time before the log4j vulnerability that occurred, it might not happen in future. It might happen, but the tools will get to a maturity level, but that it might be able to detect those beforehand. So I think that's where these security toolings are going. Like log4j is there, these security tools are there. You can actually scan those vulnerabilities, because security mishappenings will be there. People will try to hack stuff or find the vulnerability. So I think many tools are there. there is no kind of single best tool for everything. So probably you need to kind of check with respect to what case you are actually seeing. Like Trivi is out there for a specific case, Cubebench is out there for a specific case. Now these tools like Terascan and Cubescape have come, which have like extensive policies, and people keep on writing the policies, and they can extend that because it's Rego policy is very customizable. People can extend that to write their own policies. So make sure you contribute over there. And then you have the runtime security tooling. If Falco is there, you have to kind of have the syscalls which are going in. Are they kind of secure? Spawning a shell, spawning a root inside a container, do you want to have an alert on that, or at least a specific, like you have a MySQL DB, you might, if anybody does a root shell, then you might want to get an alert on that. Why not you get an alert on that? So I think that would be good. So I think with that, uh, secure the systems. I hope you have the DevSecOps understanding now, the cloud network security landscape. What does cloud network security means? Some of the toolings that I explained, and which spaces to watch out for. So thank you so much for tuning in for this keynote, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Over to you, Sangam.
Hey, thank you, Sayam, for the wonderful talk and keynote. And thank you, everyone, for uh, introducing yourself in the channel. And now, next talk is I'll be talking around some of the missing part which Saiyam already explained. So I'll be talking around using Terascan, GitHub action. You can scan and you can make your developer life easier. So that is the purpose of my talk, and I'll be talking about securing infrastructure as code or Kubernetes or helm chart your Docker files with GitHub action. So the purpose of this talk is to learn use extensively Git action, so everybody can utilize this feature. This is one of the greatest feature of GitHub and easy to add a CI/CD kind of thing. So let me share my screen. Yeah, hope it's visible. Yeah. So my name is Sangam. I work at a Tenable as a technical advocate, and I am the host. I run the community called Kube Daily, and I run multiple communities. Uh, I run a Docker community leader. I'm a Docker community leader Bangalore, and which attracts around more than 10,000 people. And I do most of the streaming on Kube Daily channel, and do subscribe. So this talk around GitHub action. So let's talk about GitHub action. What is this? So let's understand if maybe you are a beginner to Git or Git action. So we do pull some code or open a pull requests, create issues, and maybe schedule our GitHub action, or maybe do some kind of external events. We do a lot of things, right? And what happened is that GitHub create a server. There are two type of like GitHub action, which is GitHub runner, and which is another one is a self-hosted. So you can use both depend on your need, and you can create a kind of virtual machine. It's kind of CI/CD. You can create a jobs, multiple jobs. Inside a job, you create a steps, set a action, or your CI/CD tools. Uh, so you can create a lot of things with, and it can make your GitHub repo more easily. You can run action there, and with now VS Code in browser, you don't need a kind of extensive workload to do or learn code or scan your things or run your infrastructure. So this is one of the easy way. So you can run multiple jobs. So I will talk around that. So first of thing, what you need to do, create a GitHub repo. I think everybody know how to create a Git repo, and then create a .git that workflow slash workflow directory, and in there you can add a kind of you can add a GitHub action. GitHub action is written in YML file now, and you need to write a YML file in the sequence manner. What action? And I'm going to talk around using Terascan. You can do multiple things. You can directly use this action, copy the code, or reuse the GitHub action, or you can create own GitHub action and publish it. There is like both way you can do and learn from this session. So already Saiyam explained about Terascan. So this is Terascan tool. We have 500 plus policies. We have a Kubernetes admission controller also. You can hook into your cluster. We are having chat also, which is we are going to soon release soon in next. We added a hardware container registry scanning if it's in your IAC some kind of Docker image, so you can scan those Docker image or violations. So in Terascan action, we support three kind of IAC type, which is Terascan, Kubernetes, Hemchat, and Customize. And we are looking, and Docker also, we are looking forward to add more and more. So this is a action, how GitHub action look like. So on push, so whatever on the action, maybe a pull, push, a different kind of, you can use for different kind of use case. When I'm here using push, then you can write a job, write what operating system you need, give a name for that particular job, then step. You can check out and create you can create multiple checkouts here, and you can use multiple predefined modules, predefined kind of GitHub action workflow from the marketplace. Now I'm here using Accuric / Terascan action, and here you define what IAC type you want. Okay, we want to scan a Terascan, you want to scan Kubernetes, whatever. So you define those. Then IAC version, we have IAC version 12 and 14. You define as per that whatever the your version using, and type. Now this Terraform is for AWS infrastructure, Azure, or GCP. So as per your thing, you can describe. Then only want to you get a warning in your security tab inside your GitHub uh, feature itself. So you don't need to go and run command, do thing manually. It can save a lot of time. And I think you if you can contribute to any kind of open source project, this is also open source. You can contribute this action to some of the open source kind of libraries where Terraform or Kubernetes is extensively used, and it can be more secure. And you can you can add a third party one of a kind of it will give a sheriff file which is give you kind of check spelling check and everything. So uh, this is for the Terraform, and this is for the Kubernetes. Similar, nothing is going to change. You just need to change IAC. If you are using Kubernetes, please here give version 1 as a IAC version, and then the policy type and same. So you can write multiple jobs. I'm going to show end of the. So you can create a one job. You create a multiple job, depends on your need, and you can create a custom policy. Now this is one of the thing is we write a policies. We install Opa. We install some third party tools, and it takes us a lot of time, right, to check. Now with a Terascan Rego editor, VS Code extension, you write a policy, create a Git action, and like this, you define your what the in which directory your policy IAC file is present. Maybe it's a Docker file. Then write a Docker file policies here, whatever the policy path. If you want to skip the rules, in the sense we already given ID for each kind of whatever the policies violation, you can skip few of the policies if you want. And there is multiple thing you can do, right? First thing, you can add a IAC type. We help Kubernetes customize Terraform IAC directory version, non-recursive. You can like do not scan this directory or model recursively kind of thing. Policy path you can add. Then you can do you can define the policy type. You can skip the policy rules one, whatever the ID you are using, maybe custom policies, maybe predefined policies from the Terascan, whatever config path. Then you can use the uh, you can use a different kind of like variables here. You can define the, if there is a Docker image, you want to use the harbor image scanning thing, you can define that. You can, if you have your own kind of private repository, you can give a Saiyam token. Webhook support is there, you can add webhooks. So moving forward, I'll be talking now customize. So I have one policy here for Docker exports, and you can write policy. You can pre-generate these policies from directly from VS Code. So I'm gonna show that. This is look Rego policy look like actually, and this is the policy. Let's say this is a policy for if you in exposing a Docker file, the whatever the port is greater than particular number port, there is a violation. So there is setup rule, CSI benchmark. We already done everything. We write this policy customizedly, and we do research on whatever the NSI, whatever the report, and whatever the community violation. So we have the research team. They write a policy. You can also write a policy and contribute. You can learn Rego, very easy, not that much difficult. And with the Terascan Rego, it's very easily you can generate template. You don't need to like install Opa and on third-party tools. It's just one extension, and it's make your life very easy. And this is my kind of a Docker file. You can scan this Docker file. Now you see I have given like this, expose the port more than what the best practices say. So there be some kind of violation. So demo time. Let's. This is my action. So this is my repo, demo repo. So I have created a kind of workflow here, and I have created already, and I have my kind of directory here. Here is my custom policies. So you need to generate a metadata which contain the IDs and everything if you want to skip, and it's automatically generate. It can be generated by easily template that generated from the Terascan Rego editor. You can write a Rego, whatever the custom policies you need. So this is very useful if you are using custom policies. Maybe you can define this is vulnerable. You can create a remediation for that and have a different directory, maybe a different branch. So I have created here, and it will automatically enable the security feature, code scanning alerts in your repo itself. So if you see, it's how much easier now. I get my policies here directly, the whatever the violation. I don't need CLI tool. I don't need anything. From here, I can check what happening. What is the, I can fix this remediation. So this is a violation I got. Let's say I got around 30 violations, right? Now I created remediation for that, and I created a remediation, and this is violation. So I created remediation, and I created different directory for that. And let's add the remediation, and let's see its violation get reduced. So just I will go here and update my action. So you can directly from the browser, you can do, or the, you can use VS Code VS Code in browser, or any kind of thing. It's very easy. You don't need kind of any. Now I have updated my path remediation. So I added a remediation here, whatever my YML file, whatever my policies. Now the git action, you can go and check the what happening in your work jobs or the GitHub workflow. So you will get like this. It will run everything. Uh, so it will check. You can create a job for different thing, or maybe you can, okay, let me zoom the browser here. Yeah, is it, let me zoom from here to, hope now it's visible. two times. Okay, now I think it's visible for now. My action is running. You can directly check here in CLI what violation is happening. There is like two violation here. Then you can check the whatever your Kubernetes violation. Now if you see there is 30, so I reduced my violation here. I reduced my I added a remediation, and now I got few of the. Uh, so if you check now, I will reduce one more. You can, let's say my Git action will run every push, whatever the code I push. So I will go to the fail. Here is my basically this is one of our Terraform KOps, using KOps created a, you can create a, but this is happening before deploying. So misconfiguration is big issue, and you can remediate this risk whatever direct before deploying. So here is a, I can go to the module VPC and main. So I have just removed the VPC AWS flow logs. So that is the violation in this Terraform. I will just remove this comment so it will be easier for me. And I will just commit. And you will see here, once I run, so this policy remediation I have added. And you can check this ID, whatever the rule ID. You can go to the run terascan.io and you can yeah, so actually I changed the config, added the code which is missing. So that is a remediation, which is, this is a cluster I have created a blog for also, because this very short session I can't explain the whole Terraform code. But you can take any kind of example, add, check your violation here, and you can go and check the ID. You can go and check the ID, whatever the ID, or whatever the ID here. You can copy and you can go to run Terascan, and you can go to the documentation. We have the policies for everything, documentation, what policy and their IDs. So you can go and check this ID and check what is the description and everything, and based on that you can fix your remediation. So you will see after running, things still there. Let me check action once again, maybe scan. So you see now there is no violation, there is zero violation. So uh, so you can directly run, and it's very helpful and easy to write your custom policies also. So this is a tool, Terascan, if you want to contribute to this project anyway. So you can connect with me. I'm ready to help. If you are a beginner, no matter you are a student, we are there to help you all. Give a guest star to this repo. So that's it. That's my talk, and there going to be a lot of talk after this. And now moving to the next talk, I'll be sharing this slide and everything in the Discord. So moving to the next speaker. Let me add. Let me share. So next speaker is David. He is a CTO and co-founder of GITIO, Jeet. So this session is recorded. Few of the session is recorded because of the time zone. Uh,
Hello everyone, and thank you for attending my talk about Open Policy Agent or OPA as a control engine. The goal of this talk is to introduce OPA for those who are unfamiliar with it and see how it can help with providing an additional layer of flexibility on top of the common security controls that you would add to your CI/CD pipeline. I will first of all talk about how to secure your cloud application with a minimal first approach, and then focus on 4 critical controls. I will show you then a demo where these controls were integrated in the CI pipeline as code and how OPA can be used on top of it. So let's get started. But first of all, let me briefly introduce myself. Happily married with 4 kids, I'm currently one of the co-founders and CTO at JIT, a dev-first cybersecurity company. I have a PhD in bioinformatics, and I am passionate about technology and security for a few years. Previously, I worked as a senior tech leader in the CTO office at Cisco, and before that at CloudLock, where I helped building cloud application at scale and led some strategic projects. I love to share my knowledge and experience, and in the past, I was also involved in a few communities like PyCon Israel and AWS. So, when should you start to care about security? I'm sure that it's usually not for the first things that comes to mind when you start building a new application. But if you're not baking security in the design of your application, chances are very high that along with your first lines of code, you already start gathering security debt and that you will always be behind. If I ask an engineer what is his main concern while writing his application, he would probably mention functional bugs and performance way before security. And that's also the way startups are picking at their priority. You need to deliver business value in order to survive, accepting the risk of security at least until your customer starts asking about it or when you face your first security incident. That's mainly because security is hard and it's an ongoing concern. It's not something you can deal with once and only tick a checkbox. It's a journey and it's a continuous investment. But it's costing slower if you start managing it on your first day. Not necessarily handling everything, but at least be aware of what needs to be done so that you don't spend your time catching up. But don't try to boil the ocean on your first day. Look at the chart below, showing you all sorts of security controls that you need to add through the SDLC. But if you start with a minimal viable set of controls and iterate from that, it seems way more likely that you will succeed in improving gradually the security of your product. Like a minimal viable product or MVP, security can start with something small in order to deliver a product with enough critical security controls to be viable. You won't embarrass yourself in front of your customers. This MVS approach is what will follow in the rest of this talk, focusing on a small subset of controls that you can introduce today in your CI/CD pipeline: static and dynamic code analysis, security detection, as well as dependency check. But beyond the number of controls that needs to be implemented, there is another issue preventing engineers from easily integrating those tools into their day-to-day. They're using different formats. The tools can be very noisy and generate a lot of many false positives, and ignoring them requires knowing each and every tool configuration. Also, if you're working with microservices, chances are that you will need to copy-paste your pipeline definition multiple places. And finally, there's not much flexibility in how controls are failing based upon what they find when they're done scanning your code base. So wouldn't it be nice if you could decouple the decision whether or not to fail your build and the findings of your controls? What if we could have an additional layer using centralized rules? That would be great, right? So for the rest of the talk, I want to introduce the simple app that we will dealing with. It's a serverless application, and it will provide a single HTTP endpoint, returning the current time depending on the time zone that will be provided as input. and we'll use also the serverless framework to deploy it. Now, the 4 controls that will integrate inside the pipeline to secure this application will be Bandit, Gitleaks, Dependency Check, and Zap. Each one providing its own value in terms of security control. And on top of it, we will add OPA, Open Policy Agent, to decide whether or not we allow to merge the code. So first of all, a quick overview of each of these controls, right? So static analysis is used to detect vulnerabilities in code using existing patterns. And for this demo, we will use Bandit, which scans Python code. It's an open source project with more than 30 built-in rules to detect vulnerabilities. Next, for security detection, we will use Gitleaks. Gitleaks comes with almost 100 regex that are already ready to be used and will detect the common popular third-party services like AWS, Slack, GitHub, and so on. Next, we want to check for vulnerabilities in our packages, and for that, we will leverage the OSS project from OWASP called Dependency Check, which uses a data feed hosted by NIST. And finally, some of the vulnerabilities can only be detected during runtime. And for that, we'll use another project from OWASP called Zap, which is a web scanner with almost 20 different built-in rules. Note here that in order to test our CI/CD pipeline, we will deploy our app into a project called LocalStack, which is a mock version of AWS that is providing us with the same interface and therefore can be used to test the application behavior in runtime. So these 4 controls will be added to the CI/CD pipeline. For this demo, I will use GitHub Actions, and the workflow in GitHub Action will be composed of 5 jobs. The 4 first jobs will run each control and upload their results as an artifact in GitHub, and the 5th job will collect those artifacts, pull policies from a central GitHub repository, evaluate the policy based on those finds, those artifacts, in order to decide whether or not the pipeline should fail or succeed. So now that we talked a couple of times already about OPA, let's give a quick intro on what is OPA and how does it do what it does. So basically, OPA is an open source project that is part of the CNCF, and its purpose is to provide a policy engine and a unified way to write policies in a declarative language called Rego, inspired by Datalog. It can be used in multiple use cases like authorization for API gateway, Kubernetes API server, and CI/CD pipeline. And the way it's working is by evaluating and applying policies on some JSON input data, returning a JSON response. And it can be used either as a server next to the target or as a library. The policy is written in Rego, and the general syntax mirrors real-world policies like is user X allowed to call operation Y on resource Z. Policies are gathered in packages and composed of rules, and each policy follows the same pattern. Assign value Y on variable X if the list of rules are evaluated to true. If we apply this example, so an example here, basically we're checking here for the specific, you see this rule with the input path, and here you have the data, you see that it matches, and this is the results. If we apply this example on something more closer to what we're looking for, which is security, what you can see here is that we have the bandit output on the left side, and this is a policy that will basically evaluate and will deny, will return false if we have high severity vulnerabilities inside the data. So now the demo. Just a quick note, everything that I will show you here is available on my GitHub at the following address, right? So let's jump into the IDE first. So this is the project I've been talking about. This is the application. And let's start with the serverless YAML, the place where the whole application, serverless application is defined. Here, as you can see, we have the general sections, the provider, AWS. We have two plugins were for the local stack so that I can deploy my application local stack, and why in order to set up the whole Python requirements. This is the specific section for local stack, and here you can see already that I'm using some secrets, some sample secrets here, so that my secret detection tool will be triggered, but basically never pass a keeper from AWS here as an environment variable. And here I'm only declaring one function. It's called current time. It's hosted behind this endpoint/ping, and we'll see it in a minute. Let's jump into the function itself. So let's go to the handler. It's a very simple function. It checks for the query string parameters that are passed as part of the event. And basically it's looking for a parameter called TZ for the time zone with a default of Berlin in terms of default time zone if nothing is passed. Here in the middle you see that someone added some token and also writing some temporary file to the disk. And here basically we just have a simple response with the current the time zone and the current daytime based on the time zone. And now what we want to see also is the GitHub workflow. So we're using here GitHub Actions, and so the whole workflow is defined here as code. So here we have actually the 5 different jobs as I explained before. Let's take a look at the first one. Here we are triggered every time we have a push. The first job is about running SAST analysis, okay, static code analysis. We're using Ubuntu as a container to run it. We're checking out the code. We're setting up Python here, and we're installing the package Bandit, which will scan our code and look for vulnerability in the code. And here we're running this Bandit tool with a few interesting parameters. First of all, we want the output to be JSON, and that's because OPA is supporting only JSON. Here we want to also save the results into a file, a bandit report. And here, basically, this bandit is returning an exit code of 1 if there's some vulnerability, because we want to be able to control whether or not to fail the whole pipeline, which occurs when one of the job is returning 1. So basically, we're adding this part so that it will always return 0. And finally, we're uploading the file as an artifact to GitHub. So that was the first job. The second job is checking for secrets. So the same setup here. Here I created an action based on the original action from the GitLeaks author. And the only change that I did is that I'm saving the results in a file instead of outputting it into the command line. Because the output by default is returning JSON lines, and I need JSON, and only files or report is using the regular JSON format. So this is why I'm using actually a fork, and at the end I'm saving the results as an environment variable, and that's why I'm also using this unsecure command. Because otherwise it wouldn't be allowed by GitHub. So here I'm explicitly allowing this unsecure command. And so because it's an environment variable, I can save the results as another step inside a file, and then I can upload this file as an artifact. That was for secrets. Now, let's take a look at the dependency check job. So basically here, I'm doing something a bit different because the results here is usually is usually is JSON here. So I want to cache the database, and at the end I'm also uploading the results as an artifact. And finally, the last of the controls, the last one. So here I have a special setup. I'm using a service, and I'm spinning up a version of a local stack, so my local version of AWS, with a bunch of different variables, making sure that I have some health check. And then the steps is basically setting up a node, installing a serverless framework, and deploying my application, and then calling my URL. And this URL, or getting my URL from the output of the serverless deployment, and then using this URL as a target for the Zap scanner. And this is where the Zap will actually call the endpoint and will scan for different vulnerabilities. And here also important, I don't want it to fail if we find something, so I want to return false. Okay, so now that I have my for job, I have the policy evaluation part. And so here I'm saying that I want them to be dependent, I want this job to be dependent on the 4 different jobs, so that it will run last, and only once the 4 jobs will upload their findings, then only I should run, right? So here I'm setting up ConfTest. ConfTest is a tool that uses the OP engine behind the scene, and it's more it's a better fit for testing files. OPA runs better as a library or as a server. Here we'll need to check some specific files. So ConfTest is actually better suited for that. So that's where we're using ConfTest, but behind the scenes it uses OPA. So it uses also the OPA and the Rego policies. So here, the first thing that I'm doing is that I'm pulling some policies from a repository. So let's take a look at those policies. This is the repository. It's also public, so you can access it. And let's take a look at the policies. I have 2 policies here, one for SAST and one for the secrets. Let's take a look at the SAST one. Basically, you can see here that I have 2 policies. Each one is checking for a specific severity. So I don't want any medium severity. I don't want any high severity. Meaning that if in Bandit I had only low severity, then I should be able to pass. So of course you could configure Bandit to only trigger and only scan for medium and high, but this is merely an example, and of course you can do a lot of different things here. And also there's an advantage of being able to control here the policy in even central way without having to control and to change the configuration of all the different tools, right? The second policy here is about secrets. And here what I'm doing is that I'm checking if there's a secret of a specific type called AWS token, and I'm also checking if there's some secret that are found in some blacklist file, and here I'm just added serverless. So if the tool is finding secrets into this file or a secret of a type AWS, then this policy should fail, and this is what I'm looking for here. Okay, so these are the 2 different policies. They're stored in the central repository. And basically, this is where I'm putting them inside the GitHub, the workflow. So coming back to the IDE, this is where I pulled the policies, and then I'm retrieving the different artifacts. So the first artifact is from Bandit, and here I'm just printing that just to see what's in the report, and then I'm checking using ConfTest whether or not the policy will evaluate to false, and if it evaluates to false, then the output of this step, the exit code of the output of this step will be 1, and so I will exit here with 1, and the whole job will fail. And here I'm doing the same thing with Gitlix. So let's see how it's working here in the terminal. So first of all, I'm using here something that will run my GitHub workflow locally. It's called Act. It's an open source project. You can see here the list of the different jobs. I have DAST, I have SAST, Secret, SCE, and Policy Eval. And if I want to see the graph, I can see that my 4 jobs should run before the policy evaluation. And so what I want to do now is to run it, and let's see how it works. So I will run it with a special parameters that will basically save the artifacts locally. And here I'm binding so that I can actually see the files when they're into the containers. And here I would just want to run the last job, but that should already trigger all different jobs. For the sake of time here, I'm only running the first 2 ones because this is where I actually added the vulnerabilities. So I just want to show you the results of it, and specifically the results of the policies. So you could see that basically here Gitlix is finding some secrets, but it's not failing the job. And so let's continue. This is the policy evaluation. It's setting up conf test, and now it will pull the policies from my repository, and we evaluate them in a second, and we should see what happens when it will be evaluated. Yeah, this is where it pulls. These were the different the artifacts that were outputted, and here I see that it's actually a failure, and I can check. This is the SAST policy. I can see here that the test actually were failing. There's a failure here, and this is the reason. There's 1 medium severity. Right. So what happens if I'm running that into the real GitHub? So let's see here. This is the repo I was talking about. You can see the different files here, but let's jump into the actions. And this is the first workflow that I ran. If I'm entering here, I can see basically that the 4 different jobs ran successfully, and only the policy evaluation failed. I can also see that there are the 4 artifacts into GitHub, and basically if I'm entering into the policy evaluation, I can see that it failed. There's an exit code of 1, and if I'm looking at the step before, I can see the same results. I have 1 failure, and the failure is medium severity in my code. Okay, so this is basically a quick demo of it, and you can imagine what you can do with that. What I wanted to demonstrate here is that we start by adding security as code, following the MBS principle, and we're not relying on the controls themselves to decide whether or not we should be able to merge. OPA is providing here an interesting additional layer of flexibility that you should consider for writing specific rules in order to filter out some of the findings, or in order to add some richer context. Let's say, for example, you could call for some external API in order to enrich your decision whether or not you should fail. For example, if there's a finding that there's no HTTPS, but you know, based on some external data, that this is an internal service, so maybe you should not fail. So there are multiple things you can do with this approach, and this was merely a couple of examples, right? Here, IJIT, we also follow the same MVS approach, and we built a continuous security platform for developers in order to help them secure the application they're building. automating the integration of those controls in your environment, and also removing the noise and unifying their interface. But we're not limiting ourselves to code, and we actually want to provide a platform that will deal with a lot of different aspects and different layers of security inside your product security. So if you want to know more about us, go to our website, git.io. If you want to test a platform, send a quick email at gitmein@git.io. And if, like all of us, you want to help developers with security, then join our team because we need you. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention.
Moving forward to the next talk, we have Tanya Janka. She is a best-selling author of Alice and Pop Learning Application Security book, and she's a CEO and student. We Hack Purple and She Hack Purple. She is a part of so many communities. So over to the next talk.
My name is Tanya Janka, and I'm here to talk to you about how DevSecOps is way more than just pipelines. A lot of people just talk about pipelines, and there's just a lot more. I'm Tanya Janka. I'm also known as She Hacks Purple, and that's what I'm going to talk about. Okay, so I'm the type of person that likes to tell you what I'm going to tell you, then I tell you, then at the end, I rehash and tell you what I told you. And that might sound ridiculous, but the reason is because it helps you carry away that message. And so although DevOps is basically, everyone's like, DevOps, pipelines, there's just so much more than just pipelines. I know that it's like a fancy buzzword and everyone wants to talk about it, and pipelines rule. They're really awesome. But there's more to DevOps than that, which means there's more than DevSecOps than just pipelines. And so DevSecOps equals, in my opinion, AppSec and SecOps plus DevOps. So basically what we security folks do in a DevOps environment. And we are going to talk about how we can have a cool AppSec program with lots of awesome goals that works within a DevOps environment very nicely outside of a pipeline. Oh my gosh, really? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so who the heck am I? I'm Tanya Janka. I founded the We Hack Purple company, so we have an online community and an academy, and we do lots of stuff. I'm known as She Hacks Purple, and yes, some of my hair is purple. I wrote Alice and Bob Learn Application Security. I've worked in tech a really long time. I founded some stuff. I love OWASP. I'm a nerd on the internet, and we speakers do slides like this to try to convince you I'm qualified to give this talk. Please listen. So I hope I've impressed you enough for the next 29 minutes. Okay, so what is DevOps? So first I'm going to start with, should I start with that or that? Okay, so DevOps is a way that we can build software that is modern and very different than the way we used to build software. It's also a culture, basically, like a mindset change. And so people have to change their ways, we change our policies, and we use a lot of different types of tooling to get us there. And one of the ones that people talk about a lot is CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous delivery, which is what pipelines do. So pipelines are software that do CI/CD. So what the heck is CI/CD? So continuous integration means constantly pushing your new code back into the trunk. So trunk-based development. So I make some changes and they're like, it seems like it works. We push it into the trunk, integrate it with everything else. We're like, hey, it still works. Awesome. It's integrating everything all the time, continuously. Continuous delivery basically means having an automated system that does this, that can also release this stuff to various places like a dev server or a QA server, or one day into prod. And then the last thing that CD stands for sometimes is continuous deployment. And what that means is you have this automated system, the CI/CD, do all these checks and balances, it releases things, it tests it somewhere, releases, etc. and then it goes out to prod. Continuous deployment means it does all of that without ever having any human intervention. It is completely automated. You do not have to do continuous deployment in order to be doing DevOps. Why the heck do we want to do CI/CD? Why do we use pipelines? There is less risk. When you make little changes, there's little risk. If you make little changes all the time, you have little risks. You just roll it back if it's bad. But if you do waterfall, where you're like this huge wave, and it's a giant change, and then at the bottom if it doesn't go well, which a lot of the time it does not. Automation means better accuracy, it means less errors, it means more speed. Integration means less integration errors. So when we take two parts and see if they work together, that is integration. And that is where a lot of bugs happen. It's where a lot of security problems happen too. And so this means less integration errors later. So what is AppSec? It's any and every single thing that you do to ensure that your software is secure. And an AppSec program means an entire formalized process where you work to ensure the software you are releasing reliably is going to be secure. Yeah, I said that. Sometimes it's hard to find people that will say the things so that I can quote them. So what is DevSecOps? It is application security, but adjusted for a DevOps environment. So my friend Imran said this. It's what we've always wanted. As AppSec people, we still have the same goals. We just get to them in a different way to make sure we work with the DevOps folks, their processes, their toolings, etc. So back to what the heck is DevOps? So a lot of people think, for instance, that Agile means you have Scrum meetings and you don't have to write documentation anymore. No, that's not true. Agile was way more than that. And the same way that some people feel that DevOps is just using pipelines or CI/CD software, no, it's way more than that. And so if you follow the DevOps handbook, the Phoenix Project Accelerate, like if you look over my shoulder, I have all these awesome DevOps and security books because I really love it. But I follow those, and there are the 3 ways of DevOps to make sure you're doing the whole thing. So you emphasize the speed of the entire system, not just your part. You ensure that you get fast feedback that is accurate to the right people, hopefully at the right time. And again, like you use a pipeline for both of these, but it's not the only way to get those things done. And continuous learning. Taking time to improve your daily work, adding for efficiencies, taking something that's manual that you do however many times per week and automating it. Risk-taking experiments, trying to do better. That is the 3rd way of DevOps. And so you're like, what about pipelines? Come on, Tanya, that's what you're going to talk about. Okay, so pipelines are part of the 1st and 2nd way of DevOps, and sometimes it's even part of the 3rd way. But you can do lots of things that are still obeying the principles of DevOps without using a pipeline. And we're going to talk about some of that. And so this is a big disclaimer. If you put every single security tool into your pipeline, like the release pipeline, the devs are not going to want to be your friend anymore. They're not going to want to work with you and invite you into all their meetings because you're going to make their life hell. You will not do as well at AppSec if this is how you do things. I had a friend, I went in and trained somewhere. One of my friends called me in to do some training and he's like, yeah, we used to have 11 tools in the pipeline. It took an hour and a half to run the security tests. Now it takes 30 seconds because we took them all out. We have them automated throughout the day. They all put the data in a centralized place and then that service is pulled and it's like pass or fail and that's it. And we have continuous testing constantly, even if they're not releasing stuff. And I'm like, ooh, that's so cool. And he's like, yeah, when we had so many tools in the pipeline, people got upset a lot. Like, yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, that's my fancy PowerPoint foo for you. Okay, next. So let's talk about different things that application security teams usually try to accomplish and how we don't necessarily need to do it in a pipeline, but we can still get it done and work within the DevOps processes, culture, etc. Okay, so yeah, oh my gosh, this was me trying really hard. Okay, so inventory. So inventorying all of the different apps and APIs and web assets that you have is a thing that AppSec people do all the time, because you can't protect it if you don't know you have it. And basically, you don't need a pipeline to do inventory. I do like to make sure that every pipeline is leading up to an app and making sure all those apps are in my inventory. But I do a whole bunch of things. So like I'll do domain scraping, like look at network agents. I use Nmap, a free open tool, just like scan all the stuff and see which ports are open. And if it looks familiar, then it might be a web server. Like I look in my cloud dashboard. I look at all of my code repos and see where they're going. But basically, if you don't know about something, you can't secure it. And like, this is a very important AppSec task, and you can do all of this without messing with anyone's pipelines. Okay, so finding bugs is obviously a thing that AppSec people want to do, but there's sort of 3 pillars to the way that we want to find bugs. So we want to find bugs in written code, running code, and third-party code. So the code your team wrote, your app actually running on a web server or container or whatever, so we can interact with it, so dynamic testing. And then third-party code would be components, libraries, frameworks, plugins, whatever you're adding to your app, and it's code, but you didn't write that code, but it's still your problem. And so I try to find in those 3 categories. And so like there's the old way people used to do it, which some people still do, sorry. So like you can manually code review. You should still also do manual code review, but there's more. You can use static application security testing outside of a pipeline. You can run your dynamic scanners manually. You can review like third-party stuff manually. Like there's just, yeah. And then what I see a lot of is the last one. Just hiring a pen tester at the end of the system development lifecycle. This person's like, pew, 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 pew. No one's looked at security before that, so they find tons of things wrong. Everyone's like, wow, that's a great pen tester. And I'm like, man, you made it easy for that person. Let's do lots of security before so their job's hard. Anyway, I used to be a pen tester. And I was not like super awesome, amazing, but like make us work for our money, come on. Okay, so newer ways that I see some places finding bugs is you can test in real time now. So you can actually put a binary inside your app and have it test from the inside out. And that's called IAC, Interactive AppSec Testing. And like, you don't need a pipeline for that, but you can still find some really cool dynamic bugs. You can scan third-party dependencies, and you can do it like every time you check code into your repo or set it up to automatically weekly scan your repo. And again, you don't need a pipeline, so you can shift further left. So security is even earlier in the system development lifecycle before you're even getting to that testing releasing phase. I like to schedule my DAS scan, so it runs like every month or week or whatever, and have it just send me if it finds something new. So you can automate lots of tooling. It doesn't have to be in a release pipeline. Okay, so knowledge to fix the bugs that you have found. This is a goal that a lot of security teams have, and it's not that we want the knowledge on our own team to fix the bugs. It's that I want to be able to hand a pen test or security tooling report to a software developer where I work and have them have the knowledge, even if they don't know how to fix that bug, but that I've taught them enough that they know where to go find the answer, or they know to ask me and my team if they need help. And so the knowledge to fix the bugs you have found. Does it seem like we need a pipeline for this? Although I consider this the third way of DevOps, continuous learning. Another thing I like to do around this is using a vulnerability management tool. So like taking all your scan results from every security tool, mashing them into a vulnerability management system, and then asking it for like trends and pictures. I worked with a client maybe a couple months ago, and he's like, yeah, I don't see any patterns. And then we looked by technology. So 6% of all of their apps were written in PHP. 75% of all their vulnerabilities were in those PHP apps. And I was like, yeah, I think we just saw a trend. It really helps you know where to focus your efforts. Another thing that a lot of AppSec teams do, or just security teams in general, is they make security champions programs, and I'm really into that. And like you don't need a pipeline for that either, right? Like, so there's lots of knowledge sharing that you can do, and you don't need any sort of automated CI/CD to accomplish it. Okay, so that was knowledge to fix bugs. This is creating a developer education program, right? And like having like a formalized thing of things you expect them to learn and like regular trainings and stuff like that versus generally them knowing about bugs. This is about like the whole thing, like secure coding, secure design, etc. And so you can create an area with education and reference materials. I used to be the technical librarian, so we had a technical library, and basically like I'm pretty lax. So I'd be like, just sign out the thing, and when you put it back, just say that you put it back. That's it. You can have as long as you want, but if you're not using it, bring it back. And it went really well. I've done a technical library at a few places, but one of them, it was like the biggest one. We had probably 200 books. It was awesome. And the director's like, look how many people are taking out books. Why don't we make a request sheet? And he started buying things people asked. It was really cool. You can create an advocacy program to try to change the culture where you work so that security is more of a focus and taken more seriously. A security champions program, which can be part of a developer education program. I really enjoy doing lunch and learns. I know I'm speaking at a conference right now, so you're like, oh, Tanya does public speaking all the time, but I really sucked at the beginning, and I actually ran a lunch and learn program for 3 years and never spoke at it. I just say, hi, okay guys, this week we have this person, they're gonna talk about this, take it away, so-and-so. I did that for years, and then I was a chapter leader for OWASP, and I did that for years, and I was like, I wish we could have a woman speaker. And then eventually I did it because we couldn't find a single woman that was willing to speak at our meetup. And then, yeah, eventually then I started speaking at places, and it turns out it's not as scary as I thought, and you can do it too. Okay, you can make time reserved for each week. So I like to book like a 2-hour or 1-hour window, and it repeats every week, and it's blocked off, and I'm supposed to do active learning during that time. I did that at one workplace, and in 9 months, I took 3 university courses. Like, if you can reserve a time slot and actually do it, that's awesome. And again, this is all part of DevOps, and none of this has to do with CI/CD pipelines, and it's still you getting security done. I am a big fan of giving security tools to developers. So like, I want to have access to, but like get tools for them, so things that go into the IDE, etc. And so you can get dynamic scanning tools or static or software composition analysis tools for devs and give it to them. And it doesn't necessarily have to run in a pipeline. It could run from their IDE, which is where they program all day. You can help them create negative unit tests out of their normal ones, like abuse unit tests, where they're like testing for security things. You can just set up tons of automated code repo scanning. Like if your code repository is just sitting there and you just get read-only access, hook up tons of tools, scan for secrets, scan for third-party components that are questionable, scan for static application security stuff, scan your infrastructure as code, scan everything. I'm a big fan of adding stuff to my IDE. Oh, I already said software composition analysis, but basically giving these tools to software developers so they can take the power into their own hands means later when they get to the pipeline and you test, you're getting like thumbs up and green check marks everywhere because they had the power to check earlier and fix it when they're writing all the code. We're not like coming back to them later. It's way more efficient. You can have a secure SDLC. So one or more security activities in every phase of the system development lifecycle. It totally works with DevOps. I know you're thinking, oh, but they're actually doing tons of SDLCs. Like, yeah, but DevOps teams have requirements. Like, they know what they're writing. They're not just guessing and making stuff up. There's still like coding phases and testing phases. Sometimes they're just overlapping, but you can still have a secure system development lifecycle. Work with the awesome DevOps folks and not touch their pipelines. So you can have a set of standardized security requirements that go with every web app or every API. You can have secure coding guidelines and teach them the guidelines and give them reference materials and code samples. You can review and it says and respect, but it should say and inspect secure design, right? Like we can have secure design concepts that we try to build into our apps, and then we can threat model and review our designs to make sure they're safe. Threat modeling, of course, I had to say that. Pen testing in the testing phase. There's so many things that we can do without interrupting the DevOps flow. I have more. So we can assign an AppSec resource to each project team. So I call that the partnership model. I heard of it years ago, but it was popularized, I think, by Netflix. The idea of just having an AppSec person assigned to a few different project teams, and like you're their security resource and you shepherd them to the finish line in a secure manner. Pen testers always operate outside the pipeline unless you're getting them to pen test their pipeline, which generally you don't do. Chaos engineering or red team exercises, those happen outside a pipeline. Instant response, logging, alerting, monitoring, security sprints, etc. You can have a secure SDLC and never interrupt or add time or test to a pipeline. And you can do all of this and still be totally working within all the DevOps systems and processes. Tools that can go outside the pipeline. So a big goal for most AppSec programs is to implement useful and effective tooling. And by that I mean, I want accurate results, I want good coverage, I want feedback to be valuable. There are so many tools that will give you a ton of feedback, but it's like a zillion false positives and you're like, what the heck does this mean? And well, so ideally an effective tool does those three things, and that's for you to judge, not me. It needs to be valuable for you. It needs to have good coverage according to you. It needs to have accurate results according to you. Okay, so what are some tools? So not all tools should go in a pipeline. So if it has false positives, no, not in a pipeline. That is something you need to run manually. If it runs a really long time, no, you can't have, like, I was using NetSpark or somewhere, and it's an amazing in-depth tool, but it was running like 12 hours, and I'm like, nope, not going in my pipeline. Thank you. Continuous scanning can be more accurate. So you can do DNS-based scanning, agent-based scanning, scan code repos. Like, I'll just point a DAST at a dev instance of, or like a QA instance of an app, and just have it run that scan every Thursday night or something. And it can run 12 hours, and I don't care because I'm not annoying anyone. And then I can take those results, look at it, and decide what to do from there. You can also do an asynchronous pipeline. So most pipelines we talk about are release pipelines. So they release to prod. They release to dev, to QA, to UAT, all these other environments. But you can actually make a CI/CD pipeline where it releases nowhere, or it releases to like some security place, and we do pew pew, and we like do all the testing, we do everything. We run these slow, long tests. There's a ton of inaccuracies. We're like, I don't care, even if it errors, keep running my tests, and then have a security person come and look at those results. And that test can run, every night or every week or every month. And it doesn't need to interrupt your release pipeline, because you have another pipeline that is the security one that's asynchronous, that can go slow, that can do in-depth testing, and it's still automated, but you're not interrupting the releases that the devs are working so hard on. I'm not saying you never should. I'm saying don't add tools to a pipeline if they're going to be lots of false positives or they're going to be really slow, because you will lose all your friends. And it's really hard to do your job as an application security professional if you don't have good relationships with most of the software developers where you work, especially if you have bad relationship. Okay, incident response. So this is a goal that I always have. I want a trained incident response team that understands AppSec. They don't have to be as awesome at AppSec as the rest of the AppSec team, but gosh, you should know when to call me. Like last year, a bunch of security folks called me into a meeting, and they're like, oh, we thought it was like a network thing, but it turned out it was like an app attack, and can you look at this? I'm like, why are you telling me a month later? If an app was attacked, tell me now. Tell me when it's happening. Don't tell me a month later or 2 months later. Ask me to go look at all my logs that have expired. Like, So having a team, an incident response team that just knows when to call the AppSec team, I feel is like a bare minimum goal for every AppSec team. But it doesn't require any use of a pipeline. You don't need to touch that at all. So what do I mean? Creating an incident response process and circulating it, giving the incident response team access to all of your app inventory, giving them read-only access to repos, to tools, holding blameless postmortems, like giving your InfoSec team some incident response training at least once a year so they're ready. Like, I feel that this is a goal. Well, this is one of my goals. Every place I work, I want to have this. Another bonus would be implementing tools to prevent or detect application security incidents in the first place. So like monitoring, providing job-specific training to other teams within IT so they report incidents to you faster, like telling the software developers what their role is during an incident. Like, these are all things that an AppSec team really wants, but we don't have to mess with their awesome DevOps to do it. Okay, metrics. I always want metrics. I want all the data. So one of my goals for an AppSec team is to be able to provide accurate metrics on what we're up to. So I want to measure so I can measure if I'm awesome. So continuously improve your program based on metrics, experimentation, and feedback from any and all stakeholders. This is a goal that I will put out. I want to improve me. I want to improve the work I do every day. I want to improve the work my team does every day. I want to improve how devs can do their security work every day. And so all the feedback is important. This is part of the third way of DevOps, continuous learning and taking time to improve your daily work. An application security person taking time to improve the daily work of a whole bunch of software developers is you doing the third way of DevOps. And it's extremely valuable. So if you can take out a tool that totally sucks and is like really messing up their jam, put in a tool that works really well, that's more effective, that integrates perfectly with their stuff and goes with their workflow, like you've just made their lives way better, you're going to get more security bugs fixed because they're going to waste less time fighting with that tool they used to have. Every 3 months, if possible, I like to look at all my tooling output. I like to look at my postmortem findings. I like to just try to look at, so like, how are we doing? Can we do better? Where were we awesome? Where were we not awesome? And how could we become awesome? I feel like looking back at the things you've done is really important so that you can do constant improvement. Like really awesome AppSec teams or like just any kind of team, if you don't look back on previous things, and like, it's okay if we made mistakes. It's okay if we responded to an incident and we did a crappy job. But it's not okay to repeat the exact same mistakes the next month, right? So we have to take an honest look at the work we've done. Another thing I like to do is run like small experiments to find better ways to reach my goals. I also like to run proof of concepts on new tools. This might require okay, let's be honest. This might require you touching the pipeline. It could. But yeah. So I have a few things left to say, but you can do metrics not necessarily with the need of a pipeline. And they're really important. They're so important. Okay, summary. So we went over common program goals for every AppSec team, like a lot of them. We learned that AppSec is not just like one tool or tactic or something that you buy. And that DevOps is not just pipelines. It's so much more than that. It is a culture and a way of working. It's more than just processes or products that you buy. DevOps is more about people than anything else. So some resources. Awesome books about DevOps. So the DevOps Handbook, I love that book. I have 2 copies. The Phoenix Project, Accelerate. The Unicorn Project, which is new. It came out last year. And my book, Alice and Bob Learn Application Security. I'm biased, but me and my mom both think it's a great book. I have a podcast. It's called the We Hack Purple Podcast. And we're going to boot it back up again in the next couple weeks. And it used to be live. It's not going to be live anymore. That's really hard. So instead, I'm going to like record interviews and lessons and stuff and then just try to push them out more regularly. And basically, we talk a lot about how to create secure software. I have an online community that is free. Also, the podcast is free. Anyway, the books aren't free because books cost money. Anyway, so if you go to community.wehackpurple.com, you can join lots of like-minded nerds and hang out and talk about security. We have events. Sometimes, apparently, like this week, we have free t-shirts. But anyway, you could come hang out there. Cyber Mentoring Monday on Twitter. Every Monday, I run this hashtag to try to help people find professional mentors to work in security. And so if you are super into DevOps and you want to learn about DevSecOps, just follow the hashtag and see what people are up to. But you can meet cool new people and you might start a new career. Resources me. I have a website and I have some YouTubes and a newsletter. I got all the stuff. If you see She Hacks Purple somewhere, that's me. With that, I would like to thank you all. Thank you for having me at this conference. It's really cool. Thank you for everyone that attended and watched my talk. And thank you for fighting the good fight to make more secure software. Bye.
Thank you for Chandu and Andy-Librian. Don't just detect threat, take proactive action. Yeah, you are on mute.
Hi, Sangam.
Yeah, both.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, can you share the screen?
All right. Let me know if it's visible.
Okay. Yeah, you can share. Yeah, now it's visible. Can you? Thank
All right.
you. Looking
Right.
forward to your talk.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Sangam. All right. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for attending and tuning in, all that. So we are here today to present a open source security tool. We just started this recently, and it's been 2.5 months, and we did a pretty good progress. So I'll just dive into it. All right, so what's on the agenda board today is I'll tell you a little bit about how it started and what Tarian is and a few scenarios. Obviously, we don't have enough time to cover many, but I'll demonstrate a few scenarios, and Andy will run a demo, and also we'll talk about the roadmap and where it's going, what are the plans we did. All right, I'm Chandrakant. You can call me Chandu. I'm a cloud native architect. I'm a startup founder myself, and I'm involved in many open source, especially Kubernetes open source tools, actively contributing to them. And I'm the creator of the Tarian. So Andy is a very good full stack developer and very active in the open source community as well. And he's our lead developer for the Tarian. So let's get deep dive into how to shift left your zero trust and shifting right your threat elimination and set some proactive measures to protect your favorite environment, Kubernetes. All right, so quick thing, how I started, what triggered my idea. So with all the supply chain securities going on, I've read a very recent story. It's about a water plant got cyber attack. And when I read about it, it scared me. Actually, there was a chemical imbalance happen, and if someone who caught was not there, and well, luckily it was caught early enough and that eliminated the potential water poisoning. But imagine someone did not caught it, and imagine how many millions of lives would have been gone. That scared me, and I thought like, okay, we should try doing something where bringing in the community together to fight these ransomware attacks. How can we do that? So I'm more into cloud native, so I can only contribute at what I am good at, right? So that's where I picked up. All right, I know Kubernetes well, and I've been developing Kubernetes DevSecOps tools. So why not contribute to the Kubernetes security? So when all the legacy systems or monolith systems migrate to cloud native ecosystem and using Kubernetes, at least it'll be useful for them. So let's go. That's where the Taran idea was born. And so what Taran is, it's a cloud native tool and a CLI. It's dependent on the backend is dependent on eBPF. And also we did integrate with Falco too. Yes, everybody's favorite security tool. So the main principles of Taran is it's zero trust everything. So right in your development environment, you are not trusting anything. You're basically developing your application, setting up your development environment, and then you run your unit testing, integration testing, functional testing, performance testing on any activity what you're doing inside your development environment. Basically, the Tarian registers these processes. So it knows what actually is supposed to run in your environment. And of course, it uses the eBPF to detect all the processes going on in your cluster, in your nodes, in your pods, everywhere, right? And then it also gives you a facility where you can set certain violations and constraints yourself as a developer. So when you promote your code from development environment to the QA or prod, Tarian detects any anomalies happening in your higher environment and then send the alerts and the full analytical log to the security team. And not only that, you can also configure an automated actions too. So you have an option to opt in for automated actions. You can destroy the volumes, you can destroy the pods, you can block something which you don't know. So Tarian consider anything what did not happen in the development environment as a threat. Hey, I don't know what's going on. There's something new for me in this QA environment or in my prod. I'm not going to let you do it. I don't want you to do it. So that doesn't mean that Tarian enforces this. This, as a security engineer or an ops engineer or as a developer, you can set all these configurations according to your enterprise standards and also according to your project requirements, right? So however you want, you can configure all of these using simple YAML files. So being a developer, you can configure the security settings. You don't have to depend on the ops guys or security folks. Oh, by the way, and another very important feature of it that is it can deploy all your configurations, what you do in the Tarian, right from your Git repo. So basically all these YAML files which are generated using Tarian CLI, you can just push it out to the Git repo and then you can use the favorite GitOps methodology. So this is a overview of the architecture. You can find this in our Git repo as well. So using Tarian, you are creating all your constraints within your development environment right here and letting the Tarian register what needs to be registered. And Tarian have a database, yes, and an alert manager and the control server. Basically, this is whole block is what the Tarian control panel is. And from the control server, in each and every Kubernetes cluster, there'll be a Tarian agent running in. And that is where you synchronize what you configured into the Tarian server. And using those configurations during runtime, the Tarian will trigger the alerts or take an action as per your configurations. So it's up to you as a user. So some of the scenarios where Tarian can help you, right? Let's say your application is vulnerable or you have a vulnerable pod running in your system. Yes, that's very big open door for your attackers. And those attackers can spin up a privileged pod or some invisible pods, or even they can run fileless malware scripts in the memory. It's hard to detect all these things, and also it's hard to eliminate these, right? So what Tarian can do is whenever these anomalies, these drifts are detected, it sends out alert, like I said, and also if you configured an automated action, it performs that for you and then sends out an analysis. And another beautiful thing we introduced here is the big thing which I started in this demo, right? The very important point: bring the community together. And how we are trying to bring the community together is, let's say I have an environment where I'm using Tarian, and somebody else in some other company, right, in some other organization, in a different team totally, they also are using Tarian. I can share my detections, what vulnerabilities or what malware I have detected, what or else unknown activities happening in my Kubernetes cluster, and my security team or myself, we figured out, yeah, this is a threat, actually very potential threat. I can simply share this into the Git repo, community Git repo, as configuration. And somebody else in different company, they can directly import that as a configuration. So it's not a script, it's not a code, it's a simple YAML file configuration telling, hey, this is a threat we already figured out. So this is the configuration XYZ you have to do using Tarian, and you simply import it. So when that same attack happens in your organization, you already set up what is the configuration needs to be done and what action needs to be taken. So that is how we are bringing value to the Tarian, bringing everybody together to fight against these attacks. All right, demo time. Andy, over to you.
Thanks, Chandu. Hey, everyone. My name is Andy. I'm lead contributor of Tarian project. Here, I'm going to demo how to use Tarian. So here I have two clusters. One is dev cluster and prod cluster. And I have this deployment YAML file. This is a log4shell vulnerable app. And we are going to apply this with Tarian. Here in dev cluster, we run Tarian in register mode, meaning that any process will be registered automatically as a constraints. And later in production, we are going to enable Tarian in Terascan mode. Okay, now let's apply this config. Okay, the pod is creating. Okay, yeah, the pod is running now. Now let's trigger a process by running a command for example. Yeah, for example, simply ls, and then this process is registered in Tarian as a constraint. This runs in production cluster. Command to see the constraints is Tarian ctl get constraints. Yeah, we can see constraint name is generated, and then match selector labels, and then this is the load process. We can also add constraint manually by running Tarian ctl command. For example, Java. Example, sorry. And also remove constraint if we don't need it. Yeah. Okay, so this is in dev cluster. We register the known process to Taran as a constraint. Now let's switch to the prod cluster. And let's run the same deployment as a thread in thread scan mode. With this annotation, Taran runs in thread scan mode. If an unknown process is detected, it will be reported as a violation, and then later we can let Taran to take an action, which to delete the pod automatically. Okay, now let's apply the deployment in production. Yeah, the pod is creating. This pod contains log4shell vulnerability. So later we'll try to trigger unknown process by exploiting it. Okay, now that it's running, we can see an event here, but it's not yet triggered because we haven't run any unknown process. Now let's try to spawn an unknown process. This is a known process because it's registered, and this one is an unknown process. For example, oh yeah, let's sleep. Yeah, this is an unknown process in production because we haven't registered it in our constraints configuration, and this is detected in production. Now let's try to exploit the log4shell vulnerability to demo if there is an attacker get into our system. So I have run a GNDI exploit here. I'm quite sure you are all familiar with this. So I'm going to run a reverse shell, and this is the IP address of the load balancer, pointing to the pod that we just run. So yeah, the attacker got the reverse shell here. Let's try to run something. So yeah, Taran will detect the process that is just run by the attacker. Now Taran can also take an automated action, which is to delete the pod automatically. To add the action, we use add action and name. Yeah, this is the action configuration. We instruct Taran to delete the pod if there is an unknown process detected. So let's try to trigger it again. Yeah, the pod is terminated, And because it has a deployment in Kubernetes, it is creating a new container, like a new pod. Also, as Chandu mentioned previously, we can export the configuration in as a YAML file. Oops. Yeah, as a YAML file, and this can be saved to a repo and can be shared. And then to import, we can use Tarian import. Okay, that's it from me for the demo. To Chandu again.
Thank you, Andy. Let me share my screen. Okay, cool. All right. So, as you saw, we are just in the beginning. It's our very first version. We just released in the open source. And we have very big plans for the Tarian. So we are planning on extending the eBPF functionality, and we are trying to provide a feature where using simple YAML files, you can define your functionality, your custom functionalities using the eBPF. And also automated anomaly detection is in our roadmap. And we're not only, developing every single feature within the Tarian. That's not our plan. We want to utilize other open source tools, and also commercial tools as well. We want to integrate with them and then use the very basic framework of the Tarian, where it can auto detect the unknown processes and or any kind of unknown drifts happening in your images, container images running in your Kubernetes environment during the runtime, any file system changes happening. It could be anything, right? Any kind of drift happening, detect them, and also be able to provide automated actions configuration features. So that's a part of our roadmap. And also the not only that, it's not just the processes and file systems and whatnot. It's also we are trying to provide features like user access controls too. So any kind of drift happening, you can set constraints or detection policies using Tarian if there is any anomaly happening in your RBAC configurations as per your enterprise standards. And every event, every action, every activity happening in your Kubernetes is basically an event, right? So that's another anomaly detection method we are coming up with, and it analyzes any kind of events happening and also historical events, and then provides a clear report on the drifts so the security team can properly take action. So there are many more things coming out. We're still in the very first version right now. So please take a look. If you like it, give us a star and spread the word. Let us contribute as a community. At least we can try to protect our Kubernetes. Kubernetes is here to stay. It's not going to go away. We're going to see here at least for next 30 years, my expectation. So let's all together protect the Kubernetes and protect our favorite ecosystem and your applications, plus our health. Like I said, we don't want any ransomware attackers to play with the dangerous things, right? Cool. That's all. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. All right, back to you, Sangam.
Hi guys. I'll just share my screen.
Not yet, it's not visible. Can you try once again?
1 second.
Yeah.
There you go. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's visible.
Should I start?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. So thank you for having me here. This is going to be a quick talk, but definitely you'll learn a lot of things here, and you'll probably be able to review what's happening in your own companies, especially when applying security automation and DevSecOps. So this talk is definitely for those who are already practicing DevSecOps, as well as people who want to automate more and try to implement and introduce security as early as possible during the development process, as well as some other convenience techniques that you want to implement, especially when you're working in the cloud. So I'll start. So I'll introduce myself first. So I am Joshua Arvin Lant. People call me Arbs. I am the Chief Technology Officer of NewWorks Interactive Labs. I'm also an AWS Machine Learning Hero, and I'm also one of the subject matter experts who help update the AWS certification exam. So again, I am not part of AWS. I just happen to be named an AWS Machine Learning Hero because I contribute with sharing the best practices and knowledge when it comes to machine learning, cloud computing, security, and other things. I'm also the author of the book, Machine Learning with Amazon SageMaker Cookbook. So there, you can use different open source tools along with Amazon SageMaker so that you can perform machine learning experiments and deployments in the cloud. So if you already know about Docker, TensorFlow, PyTorch, etc., you can easily use that with SageMaker and perform your production level experiments in the cloud. So enough about myself. It's now time we focus on the talk. Because for one thing, there are a lot of concepts and tools and techniques that we can use. But when it comes to getting it done in real life, things get trickier. So the reason why we're starting with this slide is time and money will always be a factor when rolling out changes in your company. So from my end, I have always tried to automate as much as we can when I'm introducing new processes to a team. So here, one of the things that usually make it hard for people to roll things out successfully is people usually forget about the time factor. So sometimes people love automation so much that we automate for the sake of automation. But people forget that it's about convenience. It's about getting the job done. It's about getting the objectives that we need to get because this is supposedly supposed to support existing process and goals. So even if you have, let's say, an automated pipeline, if introducing an automated pipeline added 6 additional months to you rolling out your website, and your website just took 3 weeks to build, then maybe it may not make sense to introduce it at that point in time. So choosing the right tools, having the right processes, and having an end goal and some sort of metrics to let you know if you really succeeded in your effort or not would help you long term. So one example here is when you're thinking about time, you have to take a step back and understand, who am I building this system for? What are the processes for? Are we trying to automate the processes to support the web development work for an internal system, which may last, for example, 2 years? Or is this process and supporting tools and systems supposed to help improve the security and development speed of a website, which may just take 3 weeks, and is the client paying for it? So those things you need to check first before trying to automate things and using a bunch of tools. So one of the things that I've used in the past is this technique. So in the screen, you'll see that 1 + 1 = 2. And you'll see a grid in the background. So what do I want to share here? So in most cases, when you're trying to secure something, you're definitely trying to protect something. And one of the things that you definitely need to protect is the data, especially the access to the data at the same time, the integrity of the data as well. So most of us, when we think about security, is we have a lot of penetration testing tools, we have a lot of automated scanners, vulnerability management stuff. But one thing that people usually forget is, what are we trying to protect? And one of the things that's somewhat hard to protect is the integrity of the data. And the integrity of the data is generally affected by bugs in the system. So this is more of the devs accidentally making mistakes, and they're not really malicious actors. And the other one is, let's say that you have an app and some other malicious entity is able to access or perform some action that your system is not supposed to do, and for some reason the numbers would not add up. So once an attacker is able to access your system, let's say it's a banking system or something, of course that attacker will not attack a single row, will not modify a single row. And what it will do is it will try to mess up the other records so that the other records would confuse those who are trying to correct and review the data. So it's like, if you want to hide a tree, then you need to have some sort of forest. I forgot the right. I forgot how I'm supposed to say that, but it's about hiding a single record by trying to cause confusion everywhere. And it's somewhat hard to identify what's wrong. It's hard to identify what is caused by a malicious attempt or attack, especially if there are a lot of bugs in your system, and it takes the team a lot of time to review this. So one of the solutions that I have implemented in the past is to have a custom data integrity checker script written inside the web application. So again, you might be wondering, oh, where are the other tools? Where's the scanner? Where's this tool? You can prevent data integrity issues before they happen. Sometimes when we try to use auditing tools, they happen at the end. And the goal there is to have them run or executed as early as possible. But if you're dealing with data integrity, it's hard to fix data integrity issues when they are already there. So let's say that there are layers of transactions happening in the different products of your system. When you see after 1 day or 2 days that everything has negative stocks, then how would you be able to fix that? So let's say that you have a logging system. So you have, here, every time a transaction is performed, you have a logging system. So that's one good step in order for you guys to backtrack and understand, hey, how did we get this negative set of numbers? But if you have a custom data integrity checker script, which happens in real time before the right operation is performed, and which also tags which records are inconsistent or those with data integrity problems, then it's much easier to detect and have your developers fix the underlying issue. So for one thing, let's say that you're using Docker, Flask, SQL Alchemy in your web application. Adding a certain layer which just checks if A plus B equals C upon writing, and then upon reading, you check it again, then you know that if it runs successfully, then there's no data integrity issue. But then, let's say that an attacker was able to successfully get access to the database and manipulate a few records. Until you perform a data integrity check, let's say once every end of week or once every end of month, then that's the only time you'll detect it. But when the app is running, when that record is fetched, if your custom data integrity checker script is able to detect that, and if you're able to push an event to, let's say, an email service which emails your team that, hey, there's a problem with this set of records, then you'll be able to resolve that much sooner. So it's not just about the usage of tools. It's about understanding what you need to protect. It's about understanding the techniques you can do and trying to be practical about it. Because if you were to set up a new system just to fix this, and it's going to add an additional month of work, then it may not be practical. So here, the lesson here is, if it's going to take you an additional 4 hours to 8 hours, introducing that custom data integrity checker script, when the transaction is started, then it may add, let's say, an additional half second upon writing, but usually the writes are 10 to 20% only, and 80% are reads. So I think more or less that makes things practical. And in some cases, if you do not want your transactions to be slower, then at least you can run this custom data integrity checker scripts in the background. So in your database, maybe you have a read replica. Your custom data integrity checker script maybe runs once a day, and then it provides a report to your team. So up to you guys. But from my end, I was able to try both at the same time, and it helped prevent data integrity problems for a really, really long time. So here we can see at the top, we can see the users, the developers, the engineers, the security professionals in your team, the site reliability engineers. And when people join your team and when you work with the team, they'll be using a lot of tools. And when using tools, they'll be able to work with different concepts. So one lesson that I want to share here is that even if you have all the tools, the best tools out there, even if you're using different concepts, a different mindset, if the people are not trained, if the developers, engineers, and the people you work with are not trained, and only 1 or 2 of them out of, let's say, 10 or 20 members are capable of doing the work, then it's going to be hard for you to properly secure your applications. So even if all of these things provide sort of convenience solutions in the form of automation, if there's a problem that needs manual debugging, or if people need to decide by themselves, then it's going to be hard. That's why training and allowing them to understand both the development side and the security side is crucial. Sometimes if we try to divide teams into, let's say, the development team and then the security team, it makes sense from a reporting standpoint. However, there should be an opportunity for both teams to talk to each other and understand what's wrong. So for one thing, the development team is focused on building and releasing products. And then that's the IT team, the security team, or the site reliability engineering team is supposed to check the stability, security, and other things in your site. In order for things to be more cohesive, it's better for them to be able to at least talk at least once or twice per week and have some sort of retrospective meeting where they're able to understand which one is a false positive, which one they're supposed to work, they're unfortunately supposed to work with. So for example, they have an issue here. The security team wants the development team to patch this up or replace the solution. There needs to be an option for, or an opportunity for them to talk to each other and resolve that issue and tell the other team, we're forced to work with this custom approach for the next 3 weeks to 4 weeks until we completely replace this with some other solution. So those things need to happen, and the developers and the team and the process needs to be reviewed, and it's not just about tools. All right. So here, the goal here is for us to understand when and what and how we should be introducing new tools to the team. So right now there are a lot of tools available out there, and this is just, so I'm intentionally using a box as a placeholder for any tool you would like to introduce. But before using a tool, people would, because tool selection is a tricky thing. People think about the cost. People think about the familiarity of the team. People think about the cost and so on, and the amount of time people will get used to using this in their systems. So one of the things that you should look out for is the convenience part, in addition to the quality of the reports, of course. So if it's convenient to use and it's easy to set up, then that's definitely one of the things you should look at. Because for one thing, if it's hard to introduce and you're going to break the processes, you have to make people work a little bit harder to just to be able to introduce it into their to their set of processes, then you're going to affect everything. So if you're going to affect one developer or two developers, and then they're unable to get things done because of the introduction of one tool, then maybe find a way to adjust or configure how you introduce it. Maybe training will work. Maybe using another tool would work. So for one thing, one of the tools that is available in the cloud is the usage of, let's say, Amazon Inspector. So what happens here is, initially, Amazon Inspector is similar to other scanners where you schedule it, and then so there's like run it once, and then there's also the option to run it, let's say, every 15 days. So that's usually how most scanners work, at least the ones that I've used. But when it evolved to a different product, one thing that amazed me is that it automatically detects if there's a change in the EC2 instance in the server that you're using, and if there are changes in the container. So if you push another container, the tool would automatically run, and it would generate reports and detect it automatically. And the cool thing here is that it's invisible. And when it's invisible, your developers won't need to know if that tool really existed, because these reports would just be consumed by the security team and by the ones who understand if these are false positives or not. So having these sorts of tools and doing your research ahead of time will definitely help you in the long run. Because in most cases, once you select a tool, more or less you're going to be stuck for, let's say, 2 months or 3 months, because you're going to try it out. And during that time, there's definitely loss. When it comes to productivity, you're going to lose money because you did not choose the right tool. So play around with different tools before choosing one, and customize it depending on the needs of your team and your company. So here we can see that there's automated vulnerability management, and you may add this to your pipelines, and you may also not include this in your pipelines. So in most cases, when people added it to the pipeline, one of the challenges that people experience there is the pipeline execution time becomes longer. So if a developer pushes code, then all of these different steps need to run before things get deployed into production. Then people would feel that. People would know that, okay, I need to take a 2-hour break before I know if this thing gets deployed into our staging environment or not. So introducing the tools and introducing the automated part in your pipeline or not is a critical step, or at least a decision to make. So here, one of the things that that works for me is to introduce automated vulnerability management outside of the pipeline, and to have some sort of practical way to still introduce it inside the pipeline, but in a more reactive manner. So if the automated vulnerability management tool that you're using can perform a quick scan in, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes, and it's not going to affect your workflow, then yeah, you can introduce it in your pipeline. There are also other tools and open source tools that help check the libraries included in your application. Let's say that you're using PHP, you're using Node.js, and you're introducing a bunch of different libraries and packages in your application. So there are tools which help review if the libraries that you're using and the ones that you import have vulnerabilities. Because even if those vulnerabilities are not immediately exploitable, if an attacker is capable of performing a chain of attacks, then at some point that vulnerability we will have higher risk. So as much as possible, developers need to have a better appreciation on why those vulnerabilities need to be fixed right away, even if the priority level is much lower at the start. Here, we can see a hammer. Because in addition to the concepts and tools and best practices that I've shared earlier, it's important for us to know that when all you have is a hammer, everything becomes a nail. And understanding the tools out there, doing your research first is the first step. And the second step is to keep an open mind when introducing tools and systems to the entire company. In most cases, you will not be working with just a single project or product. You will be working with, let's say, 5 or 10 projects at the same time. At least that's what I experienced, doing a lot of projects all at the same time. And developers need to be open, and professionals and security professionals need to be open in the usage of different tools to solve the needs of the team and the clients. Because for one thing, some clients want to use a certain set of tech stack and services. And if they want to use that, then developers and professionals and engineers need to learn those things. And there are some tools which do not really work for certain tech stacks. So it's important for us to know that, if all you have is a hammer, everything becomes a nail. So choose your tools wisely and research the tools available first. So one of the tools that is regularly used is the usage of container tools, which is, for example, Docker. So knowing how to use Docker properly is essential. So if you have a bunch of services and processes running, containerizing them would help us make things more convenient for everyone else. And for example, if your application is running in this sort of context, then a container that easily allows an application to run is easily testable by other processes. So that's definitely one thing that you should use if you're still not using it in 2022. The next technique that I'm going to share with you is the usage of infrastructure as code concepts. So I've been using this set of concepts and tools and techniques for the past 9 years. And I was able to use this in a very practical way. Because for one thing, at some point we become lazy, and this is a good way to practice our laziness. And what do I mean by that? We're lazy in the way that instead of us trying to manually create the resources by hand, which is error prone, we try to convert that into some sort of JSON file or YAML file. And this JSON file, of course, if you're trying to create an automated config template that for this more complex architecture, then you're definitely going to have a really large JSON file or YAML file. So one of the things that I've done in the past is to create layers, different layers, one for the network. For example, here, let's forget about the application side first. We try to automate the creation of the network using a YAML file or a JSON file. And a service or a tool or a system that you have would consume this YAML file or JSON file and convert it into real infrastructure. So the advantage of having that is if you were to run a bunch of security tests, a bunch of performance tests, etc., and you know that the usage of those tools would harm the system, then you should not use you should not use some of those tools in a production environment. It's better to use those tools in an environment that is a complete clone of the production environment that is generated using these scripts or template files. So for example, you have a pipeline. When you push code, the code is not just for the application code. You also have code for the environment of the application, which may include the containers, which may include the servers, and even the network, and even the IAM layer. So here, we can automate also the creation of IAM roles, and it depends on the platform that you're using. If you're using AWS, if you're using GCP, there's definitely a way for you to do that. And you're not limited to the tools available there. There are a lot of open source tools like Terraform which help you do something like this. So the advantage of having this is, okay, I have this sort of scripts, and if I need to create multiple environments, I'll be able to create an environment, let's say for the team which wants to test this manually, and I can create an environment for a team that wants to test and to use automated tools to do some checks. And the great thing here is that when you need to save on cost, because people are afraid to use this sort of tactic because it might double or triple their cost. But if you are able to schedule things properly, then you can launch this entire environment for, let's say, 4 hours, and then have your test performed in 4 hours, and then automatically take the entire infrastructure down. And that would definitely help you save on cost. So having the skill to create the scripts is something that your team should have, especially if you're working with distributed systems and it's kind of hard to replicate something in production. And one final note here is that people try to quote unquote cheat when trying to roll things out in production. But my recommendation here is, if you're going to roll things out into production and you're already using infrastructure as code solutions, my suggestion here is to properly update the production setup from code, so that if let's say that your Redis server has been compromised in your staging environment, and you want your Redis servers in your production environments to be more secure using proper security group configuration, then update the YAML file that automatically updates the security configuration of the staging environment, and then also apply it in your other environments, so that it's iteratively being rolled out in different environments, which allows you to test things properly. So here, now that we have introduced a lot of automation solutions, the next question here is, should we automate everything? So this is a really hard question to answer, because for most of us who are really fond of automation and who have that capability to automate a lot of things, we always hear the high-level advice, just automate it if you want. But the problem there is that resources are limited. And if people are really passionate about automating everything and they're willing to spend extra hours doing that, then go for it. But also take note that people get burnt out, and sometimes it may not make sense to automate everything. Sometimes it may make more sense if you semi-automate something. Because let's say that you have a pipeline, for example, and the last part takes, let's say, 30 minutes to be performed manually, and then the remaining 80% can easily be automated. There are some parts of the pipeline and the workflow which is hard to automate. So being able to identify that and knowing when it is time to automate something or not is a skill that you should have. So of course, take into account the amount of time that you're going to spend to automate something, measure or at least know the amount of time it takes to perform the task manually, and know how many times that task is going to be performed. At the same way, the risk level if a mistake is made. So knowing when to automate something is crucial, because the number of developers or professionals and engineers in your team that is capable to do solid automation work is going to be much less compared to the developers working on the actual product. Because for one thing, DevOps, at least from my experience, DevOps engineering is much harder compared to web development work. Because here, for example, concept of idempotence, it's usually introduced in DevOps engineering work, but when it comes to web development work, unless you're dealing with transactions, then idempotence is generally ignored in web development work. But in DevOps engineering, you'll definitely need to know that, especially when you're running multiple actions behind the scenes. The next thing that I want to share here is feedback loop. So what's feedback loop? So if you're working as an engineer or as a web developer, and you have a supporting DevOps team to help you automate the work for you, it's important that the engineering team and the DevOps team trying to take care of the DevSecOps part understands how the developers work. So for one thing, not everything needs to be in the pipeline. Maybe if it's closer to the developer, So when they're developing, if some of the scripts are already running in their local machines, and it's already helping the developers adjust their code before pushing their code to the pipeline, then that's one way of reducing the feedback loop time. So if there's a change, you don't want the change to be reviewed and to be fixed every 10 minutes. Because most likely, when you're developing something, it's going to require at least 100 to 1,000 changes until it reaches production. So the longer it takes for a system to tell a developer to correct something, then it becomes more inconvenient for the team to use that. So convenience needs to always be taken into account when introducing these tools and systems and new processes. Here, it's also important for us to understand that when you're building a system and a set of systems which may introduce systems that check systems, so there are systems that check systems and those that automate processes, it's important for us to review the additional systems as well, because the DevSecOps pipeline is there to help speed up and introduce the security stuff much earlier in the process. But you need to also secure the pipelines, because what if your pipelines get attacked and the pipelines, or at least the services and the servers used to manage the pipelines, may be of high risk. So even if everything else is secure, if that gets attacked and the attacker is able to compromise the entire account, and within 1 hour the entire account gets deleted and replaced by a bunch of large EC2 instances attacking everything else, then you're not able to help solve the problem. So when you're introducing systems, also secure the systems that you've introduced, because people are so focused trying to solve something when the systems themselves are not properly secured. So that's pretty much it. I was able to share a lot of practical and pragmatic tips and techniques when performing security automation and DevSecOps in the cloud. So yeah, so that's pretty much it for now. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me. But yeah, thank you again for the opportunity to share the techniques and the experience that I've used I have in the past when it comes to security in the cloud. So thank you again and have a great day ahead.
Thank you. Let's move to the next topic, next talk. Hey, hello. Can you check your audio? It's not audible. Can you log in once again? Yeah, now audible.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I have to change my microphone, but it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Looking forward to your talk.
Okay, thank you, Sanger. Well, good morning from Switzerland. This is really early for me, but I'm super happy of being here. The topic I want to present to you today is diversity and inclusion. So first of all, who am I? I'm from Mexico and I live in Switzerland, as I have said. I work for a company named JFrog, and maybe you heard about us. We are behind Artifactory. And I'm a software developer. I'm actually a Java developer. I'm a Java champion too. But the topic today, it's about diversity and inclusion and how it has affected all this shift in our working environments. So it's very safe to say that the last 3 years have been totally different of what we expected. In the last 3 years, hundreds of millions of people have lived through lockdowns, me included. Many have made the abrupt shift to working from home, and millions have lost their jobs. In 2020, we faced one of the most disruptive events in human history. This pandemic is the latest in a long series that have shaped the course of history and hold lessons for today and the future. We all know that life will never be the same, even if we don't know yet all the ways in which we'll be different. We're still in the middle of it. I don't believe that we are so close to the end. What we can say with certainty is that the sudden shift has provided a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine everything about how do we do our jobs as social interactions. COVID felt almost like a black swan event. Black swan events are those that have a very low probability of occurring, but when they do occur, have a huge impact and are difficult to predict. So why the effects were so profound and spread like wildfire? The reason may be as simple as the proliferation of global networks, both physical and virtual, that inevitably incorporate more risks into a more interdependent system, making it more fragile. So our world is more prone to this kind of disturbance in the whole network. This crisis is forcing humankind to innovate and change the way we work and live. But there is an upside when, after all this, individuals, corporations, and countries will be more resilient in a post-COVID-19 world, or at least that is our hope. Today, we're starting to look at the issue of work, how pandemic has normalized remote work, and what that might mean. Will we go to the office again? And if so, how often? What impact will a hybrid way of working have on how we communicate, connect, and create? And what will work mean if our offices are virtual and we lose those day-to-day social interaction? From the employee perspective, the shift is massive and very consequential. People are making new choices about where they want to live and creating new expectations about working conditions and life balance that can be undone. In several researches, for example, the Future Forum, with 4,700 knowledge workers, found that the majority never want to go back to the old way of working. Only 12% want to return to full-time office work. 72% want a hybrid remote office model without moving forward. We belong to the knowledge workers, so this is statistics does apply to us. But if we continue remote working, that brings challenges of its own. For example, it extends our workday, diffuses work-life boundaries, and that reduces mental well-being. So much about Corona, it's outside of our control, not just the virus itself, but all other aspects of life. It brought unprecedented uncertainty and stress, prompting us to respond quickly and rapid to a shifting environment. The uncertainty that we are right now is both extreme in magnitude and duration, and the damage may be unprecedented in modern memory. And this is something really important and interesting for me. Some of the measures that we adopted to cope with these challenges were naively planned with the idea that we were only need to endure the crisis for a few weeks and life will go back to normal. But that's not the case. It's not about like staying at home for 3, 4, 5 months. No. We have been seeing how changes, new waves, and different mutations is actually prompting us to find more definitive solutions and not only temporary. We will have to figure out how to make them part of our lives and not only help us to survive, but we need to grow and thrive in them. So I've been talking about the challenges, the problems, and all these ideas of how COVID or the entire circumstances are affecting our life. But what am I talking really about? Well, in the case of work, in our workspaces, now that we are working from home or in a social distance environment, we feel more disconnected from our teams and from the companies. Managers are finding more challenging to detect when we or other parts of the team require or are struggling. And then it's really difficult to offer the right level of support. The other thing is we went, in most cases, from a full equipped office to smaller spaces, not designed to support our work. From high-speed networks to slow access points that need to be shared with our families. And that has been a problem. Maybe high-end desktops were replaced by temporary laptops, printers, and a lot of equipment was left behind. Maybe our favorite chairs and standing desks. Or it's just maybe missing that quiet space where you can hold undisturbed meetings. And it's not only that, we are in need of different channels of communications that when we shared space, they were not needed. But now we're demanding them, and sometimes we were not prepared, and we are now suffering from the deluge of information that distracts us even more. The other thing that we're missing is we lost those informal chats, like really syncs with people in our teams talking about the critical tasks that kept us in the loop. And so we are creating silos of information because in the past we could, in a way, be involved more into the different tasks by just saying, hey, I have this problem of overhearing or maybe bouncing an idea in an informal situation. We had some idea what was happening. And in this case, because we are sometimes working so isolated, these opportunities for a quick feedback, an informal quick feedback, disappeared. And health. Obviously, this is a pandemic. This is a virus. So how has affected our health? Well, stress and anxiety has been off the roofs, even for people that haven't suffered for COVID. For example, there has been a boom in China in childhood myopia. And this is because we spend so much time inside using screens that we are not longer prepared to look images from far away. And we have this tendency of reducing the amount of blinking that we do when we are using a screen. So that actually dries and blurs a little bit our vision. And for example, other thing that it's super interesting for me is with COVID, a lot of people start losing hair, but we start losing more hair even without COVID too. And all this anxiety has also created a lot of report cases of increased problems with our skin or even our feet. We're not very used to work or stay so much time inside our homes that created a lot of opportunities for accidents. And of course, depression and anxiety has increased the consumption of alcohol like never before. But what happens if we had COVID-19? There is a small side of the population that has to live with onset symptoms, even after 4 weeks after recovering from the virus. For example, the different diseases that have been reported are still coughing, chest discomfort, sleep apnea, and problems with the heart, and obviously problems with our mind, depression, anxiety, attention disorder, or we get more OCD. And the most common ones after, as I said, that prevail more than 4 weeks after we have diagnosed are fatigue, coughing, joint and chest pain, memory, and depression or anxiety. But one thing it's interesting, we are really strong. Even when we had to work remotely, isolated from home, not in the best circumstances, not with the whole infrastructure, we have proven statistically and from the perspective of various reports that we can accomplish most tasks remotely without significant drop in productivity or quality. And we have learned, experienced that we need and appreciate more flexibility. And for those people that were commuting long times, it's even more welcoming. However, a closer interaction with our teams is one of the key elements to facilitate collaboration, build relationships, solve complex challenges, and generate ideas. But is that it? We only need close collaboration to get that? What else do we need to bounce back from challenges and adapt to change? Because one thing what we have learned is that change can happen in a matter of seconds. Our predictive models sometimes are totally wrong, and we cannot predict second or third level events caused by the first event. So how do we enhance our ability to connect abstract ideas and come up with novel solutions? How do we encourage an open mind to new ideas and experiences? Because what in the past was good to have, a creative, resilient team that could provide you with solutions that would make you a differentiator from your industry today, we need those ideas just to survive or just to get ahead of what the future and the present is throwing us. So how do we do that? Margaret Heffernan, when talking about social capital, explained how great ideas are born. They emerge a little bit as a child is born, kind of messy and confused, but full of possibilities. And it's only through the generous contribution, faith, and challenge that they achieve their potential. So, great ideas do not come perfect in the first iteration. They need to be grown in a nurturing environment. And this nurturing environment requires our teamwork, and our communication inside it is respectful and allow us to take into that creative process. And there has been a lot of companies thinking about how do we have these amazing teams? How do we all get these A teams that are able to provide these really life-changing ideas and are able to deliver these very ambitious projects? For example, there is one really interesting study from Google the Aristotle project, where they actually ask this kind of question. And if they have the potential to acquire a lot of data and process, that is your company. So they set out to test and to analyze and to understand what makes a team a good team. And turns out that is not who is in the team. What happens if you have a superstar team? Will they be a superstar team made of superstars? Will they be like amazingly good? And what happens if we try to reproduce the same profile? Sometimes these results were not reproducible. So they started, as I said, analyzing data and coming up with the different possible key points in what makes a good team a team. So as I said, one of the key parts is how does the team behave? And turns out that psychological safety is the key ingredient. What is psychological safety, if you haven't heard about that word? Well, psychological safety is very close to trust. We trust people that look and behave like us because we can predict their behavior. So when I can predict the behavior of somebody else, I trust that if I do something, they will react in some way. And that prediction and that reflected myself into the other person makes me trust them more. But psychological safety is not a trust between two people. No, psychological safety is a key ingredient at the base level. So what does this mean? Psychological safety provides this environment where you can voice questions, you can show or signal or point errors without fearing any retribution, without fearing that it will have a negative impact on your standing in the team, where you can voice a crazy idea and it won't be met with derision or critique. So psychological safety, when applied, for example, in hospitals or in airlines, have reduced the level of errors. And for example, in hospitals, it's really important because, for example, when nurses came back to the doctors and they felt that they were heard, they could point out or question if, for example, one specific medication was not being prescribed correctly. And in one hospital, this was possible. And in another hospital, without psychological safety in place, this was not done ever. So imagine the consequences of having an environment where somebody, regardless of their position in the structure of power, could come up and say, I think we're not making the right choice here. So a psychological safety environment will always be key. And will always be key to listen to different voices. And we need different voices because even if we have this amazing good thing, but it's heterogeneous, meaning that everybody is from the best school, is from the best career, has the same hobbies, or whatever we define as the best, but they are very similar, then we are not listening to our whole universe. We're only fixating in a very small part of our whole environment. And in difference, we find richness. So we need to be open to listen to a lot of ideas. So what am I talking about here? I'm talking about understanding that a good idea is coming from multiple sources or can come from multiple sources. We need to hear those sources. We need to play and nurture and collaborate with those sources. And one of them will be amazing. It is about looking at what is happening with the different eyes and allowing us to hear more voices that can change or show us that sometimes things are not what they seem to be. So, of course, I am proposing here diversity and inclusion. But before I start going in that direction or finish in that direction I want to make very, very clear that I prefer inclusion over diversity because diversity has become today a numbers game. While inclusion, it's a mindset change. When we feel part of a team and our contributions are valued, and we have a structure that allows to thrive, we can make great things happen. But I'm not talking about just gender diversity. I'm not talking about religious, academic background, social, economic. No. Here, I'm talking about something deeper. At the end, or at the beginning, who we are can be totally different. For example, here I always like to talk about Richard Feynman. He, in one of his recorded sessions, he started talking about how we are completely different at the most basic level. So he goes into I totally suggest you to watch it. I will put in the comments or later on. If you contact me, I could point you to that series of conversation with Richard Feynman. He, after a series of experiments on himself, comes to this conclusion that, for example, for even a basic action like counting, there are people that count with their voices or with a voice inside their heads, and other, like him, could see like counter machine. It's a graphical representation of the number. So while one person could hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the other person is watching like a number in their mind changing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they are able to do different tasks that don't interfere with actually the sensory element that they are using to count. So when he realized that we are different at that level, that maybe part of our ways of communication or our problems in our ways of communication does not relate into how different we are, but relates more into how our mental models are. So maybe it's a problem of transliteration of these mental problems or these mental representations. What I'm trying to say here is we are all different and we should cherish that difference. We should start by understanding who we are and then allowing us the opportunity to consider that we are not the center of the world, the measure of the world. and appreciate the difference in the other person and enrich our teams and our interaction with our teams based on the firm belief that we are different, and that's a good thing. And things that are easy for me shouldn't be easy for the other person, and vice versa. And it's in that moment where we realize how different we can be, how we can work together, and how we can improve ourselves. Where we can find balance in our teams. Like, for example, there are always in any team a person that is really excited about testing the newest library, and that's okay. But we need also somebody in our team that it's actually checking that the versions and the requirements and the change logs are also in accord to what we need. So we need balance, we need flexibility, we need to play better in our teams, we need to communicate better, even if it's not face-to-face. We can have more Zoom chats. I know, I'm proposing more Zoom chats, but less in time and more into really communicating, because we need to collaborate. Maybe what we need is more, as a developer, maybe what we need more is pair programming. Maybe what we need more is more flexibility at our times of working. Maybe what we need is just to be open to new ideas and work better together. So thank you very much. I'm very happy of being here with you. And as my slide says, I always look forward for feedback. And during my slides, you saw, and in this one too, my Twitter handle. So please, please, please contact me and send me your feedback. Thank you very much.
Hey, hello. This is interesting. I think developer need this kind of mental health and the pandemic. Everybody is working from remote, and it's good talk. I found a little bit interesting those who suffering for such issues. Thank you for presenting.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much, Sangam.
Yeah, welcome. Let's move to the next talk. So next speaker we have Gufran Mirza, and he will be talking around securing cloud native workloads with Istio. Istio is one of a service mesh, and he is working at IBM Cloud. So let me share this. Yeah, can you share the slides?
Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Let me share my slide.
Yeah.
Just a second. Is my screen visible now? Is my screen visible?
Yeah. Can you share the slides?
Now?
Yeah, it's visible. Just
okay.
choose the tab.
Okay. Yeah. Hi. Good morning, afternoon, everyone. Myself, Gufran, and I'm working with IBM Cloud, mostly working with the service mesh, Istio, and infrastructure components. And today I will be talking about how we can secure this cloud native workload, specifically most on the security side, how to secure it with the Istio. And with that, let's start. So this is the outline. This is what we will look into it. First, we will just have a very quick introduction.
Can you just, I think you are in different tab. Can you check your screen, which screen you are sharing?
Sorry, let me check again.
Yeah. Just share the screen. I will let you know.
Is it working now?
Yeah, now share your screen, whatever your, switch the tab, whatever you want to show, presentation or the demo. Just switch on the tab. It's showing the same screen which we are talking, the browser. It's showing me browser actually.
This one now?
No, not.
Like sharing from bottom. I'm sharing my entire screen.
Yeah, entire screen. Yeah, you can share entire screen. That may be helpful.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, let me. Yeah, now it's visible. Now just switch the tab or whatever the presentation is.
Now presentation is visible.
No, not yet. Can you switch
Just a
the,
second.
yeah. Yeah.
Is it visible
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, now it's
Sorry
visible.
for
Yeah,
sorry for
it's
all
fine.
this.
It's
Yep.
fine.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
hi. So, yep, let's start again. So we will be talking about Istio, how we can secure our workload with the Istio. And this is the outline. First, we will have a quick look into the Istio, just a basic setup, how Istio is set up and what it offers, routing and authentication, authorization. And then we will talk about service identities. It is like Kubernetes service account or any of the service account that have RBAC rules that we can enforce to do authentication and authorization. After that, we will look into specific how to configure authentication policies using Istio. Then we will look into the authorization policies, and then we will have some quick Q&A. So yes, let's start with the Istio. So what is the Istio? Istio is a service mesh that offers you configuration, how you want to route your traffic between your services, how you want to do TLS, MTLS uh, termination, and this is a pluggable infrastructure which is deployed on the top of your application workload. It is not part of your code base. It is just a pluggable infrastructure that runs alongside with your containers and performs routing and security rules that you have configured. So it offers this load balancing. It offers L4 or L7, both the load balancing routing you can do. You can specify the traffic rules, like how you want to split the traffic, mirroring, you want to mirror the traffic, and you want to do canary deployment, alpha beta testing. It has retries, timeouts, fault injection in case if you are want to do some kiosk testing. And in this talk, we will be most focusing on these last 3 points: secure service to service communication, how we can make sure service A in a namespace A has access to service B in a namespace B. Either we want to enable MTLS or not, how we want to authenticate it. And then this is the access control policy or authorization policies. This is where we will configure to like allow access to some services from service A to B, some open some port, block some port, depending upon how we want to have the communication set up between our services. And if we have time, we will just have a quick look at metrics and traces, how you can visualize all the traffic coming in your cluster and going out of your cluster. And this is what just some keyword that we will be using. Workload means pods, deployment. Service is just like a microservice, which is your application that you have written in some language. These are labels versions. So this is how your pod looks like when you don't have a service mesh setup. You just have a basic your application. It has some business logic code. Then you want to add some circuit breaker, because if something goes wrong, you want to have some kind of control to control the traffic. You have some kind of routing code that you want to do, like splitting the traffic between pods or services. So this is now, if you see, this is now a part of your application code base. It is part of your container. It is tied to your business logic, whatever you are trying to do. It is tied with your application itself. And can we do these things in a different way? Can we extract this routing and circuit breaker code from our business logic so that whenever there is a change, you don't have to roll out a whole new service changes. You just need to update this infrastructure routing rules and circuit breaker rules, and your service will work. So you don't need to roll out a new service every time you have a new change in your routing or circuit breaker pattern. So this is what you can include these two routing and circuit breaker code inside a sidecar proxy. So what you do is you extract this routing and security rules inside a sidecar proxy. That sidecar proxy will run along with your application code base. There will be two containers. One container that runs the sidecar proxy, one container that runs your application. And this sidecar proxy is transparent to the application code. That means it doesn't modify your request or something. It just intercept your request, apply the authentication authorization policies. If that succeeds, it just sends the traffic to your application workload. And Istio is using envoy proxy. It is written in C++, and they use this envoy proxy to do this authentication and authorization. So there are multiple ways you can inject the sidecar. One is like you can enable namespace wise, like just say label your namespace. It will be enabled. You can create a deployment file that contains two containers. One container contains your sidecar. One container contains your application workload. So first one, like if you enable namespace wide, then all the containers running in that namespace will automatically get the sidecar. Whenever you create something new pod is created, it will automatically have a like sidecar injected into it by default. And if you want to have more fine-grained control, then you can manually add sidecar as needed. So after adding sidecar, this is how your container will look like. This is how your pod looks like. One container that runs your business logic code. This is your service, and one container that contains a sidecar. And this sidecar will be intercepting all the traffic coming in inside your pod. It will apply authentication rule. It will apply authorization rules. One that succeeds, it will forward the traffic to your application container where you want to serve the request. So this is how workflow looks like when you have enabled the sidecar container for service A, B, C. So you have service A, service B, service C. You have sidecar containers, and all the traffic, all the communication happens via sidecar containers. Your business logic is no longer directly talking to each other. They talk via sidecar proxy. So every request coming in or out goes via sidecar proxy within all the containers. And you can enable the MTLS depending upon how you want to configure this communication. You can enable MTLS or TLS, or you don't want to use TLS. It's use case wise you can enable it. And this is a very basic architecture of Istio, how Istio looks like. So this is on the bottom you have a control plane and pilot. This component will make sure rules are enforced. It will check for the rules. If new rules is configured, it will automatically push it to all the sidecar proxies to make sure rules are enforced. All the rules are enforced. It also takes care of this. Citadel takes care of renewing the SSL certificate. So if in case if you enable the MTLS, certificate will expire after some time, so it will automatically renew it. That is taken care by Istio by default. So it will, and also it also gather all the traffic metadata, like how many requests are coming in or out. It all collects all the telemetry data and that you can visualize. So this is the security. This is the main topic. We will be looking into it. Service mesh, like how we can secure it, how we can enable the authentication and authorization policies. So first, let's start with the authentication. So authentication is, before we talk about authentication and authorization, first we need to have some kind of identity for all the workloads. Like, so if you want to say you have workload A, so it might be running within a service account. So there are multiple kind of way you can enable the service identity. The very popular way is service account. So in the Kubernetes workload, you have the service account. Whenever you deploy and deploy application, you deploy within some service account. Okay, that workload belongs to one service account A, B, or C. And then this service account has some RBAC rules applied to it. So you can enforce this RBAC rules. There are some other identities you can use: GCP service account, IAM account, and sometime you might have some on premises, right? You, for example, one service account which is not in your cluster, it is outside of your cluster, maybe a client making request to your cluster. So you can have the service account, and now after having the service account, you need to convert into some kind of identity or certificate, right? So you have identity, now you want to convert into some certificate. So Istio takes care of generating this service account, these accounts into a identifiable certificate. So what it will do, it will automatically generate a private key pair inside your pod. Whenever a new pod comes up, it will send a request to the control plane to generate a certificate. It could be self-signed, or you can provide your own certificate. Okay, so if you want to use some your own certificate that you have obtained from like CA authority, you can use it, or either you can use the self-signed certificate. By default, it will use self-signed certificate. And after signing the certificate, you will have this service account attached to the certificate, and this like it will belong to some service account. Whenever you create request, it will automatically get this scope with this service account. And whenever this your SSL certificate expire, it will automatically rotate it. So this Istio will take care of it, rotation of this certificate. So this is how the workflow looks like. You create a pod, you have the sidecar proxy injected into it, and depending upon how, if you have configured the MTLS rules, it will automatically create a request to get a new certificate, and control plane will sign it depending upon either self-signed certificate or your certificate issued by authority. And once the certificate is signed, it is deployed on your proxy. So now your pod have some kind of identity. That means like this pod belongs to service account A. It has this certificate that you can validate and verify. So Istio has two kind of authentication mechanism that you can use. One is end to like end user authentication. So whenever you are making request, you have some kind of JWT token like open IAM or some kind of token. Second is the service to service authentication. So within the your application workloads, within your namespaces, you want to do MTLS. Make sure services are talking our secure channels, not talking our plain traffic. So you can enable this TLS, and there are multiple modes you can configure. So for generally and most favorable is the permissive strict, where you require both it require like you enable MTLS. So that means both the services talking to each other will do the MTLS. Permissive, like you allow both kind of traffic. You allow plain text, you allow TLS, both the traffic. And disable, like you don't want to use any kind of TLS, you just do the plain text communication within your cluster or within your services. So this is how it will look like. So first, if you are a client, you create a request that goes to the proxy. Depending upon the TLS configuration, if you have enabled the MTLS, so workload A1 will talk to workload A2. Whenever they create a request, they will do the MTLS. Okay, and then if workload A2 talks to C1, they will do the MTLS. And you can have different MTLS rules for different workloads. For example, for this workload A1, which is kind of ingress. In this case, you just want to do the TLS on the port 443. You don't want to do the MTLS always, because client may not have the capability to perform the MTLS. But within the service mesh, within the workload A1 and A2, you can definitely use the MTLS, because this is managed by Istio, and you can just enable the MTLS communication between workload A1 and A2. So depending upon how you want to configure, you can have mix of MTLS rules for different workloads. And apart from this MTLS, your JWT token is getting passed to the destination as it flows from your workload A1 to A2 and then C1. So your JWT token is being passed to it, and you can have some rules that accept to reject your request on the JWT that verify your JWT. So you can enforce that rules in the proxy. So it will enforce it if JWT token is expired, not valid, it will automatically terminate your connection. So that can be configured here. This is how the flow looks like. And this is how you can enable peer authentication. So I already told, like, there are multiple way to enable, like enable the service mesh wise, enable workload wise, like for a specific workload, or enable a namespace wise. And this is how there are three modes: disable, strict, and permissive. So there are three modes you can choose. Strict is that enables strict MTLS. And if you, after this, you have the authentication policy set up, then you can just create a ingress gateway that uses this in the workload that you configured. Then you can expose it with this ingress gateway. And again, ingress, you can have TLS and MTLS. I was already explained previously. And there is a citadel that automatically take care of generating a certificate, validating it, and it is stored in the memory. So wherever a new pod is created, certificate is generated, and it is stored in the memory. Pod goes down, then your certificate will go down. It will be created again whenever they comes up. And MTLS again can be defined in multiple ways. One categorization is within your cluster, within your services, you want to do strict MTLS. But for ingress and egress, you just want to do the TLS. That's it. So there are two ways you can configure, kind of two categories of configuration. And this is just a configuration for your gateway. Ingress gateway, it is using simple TLS. It is not doing the MTLS. That means just a simple, you make a request, accept on 443 and re-encrypt it, forward it to this workload http bin.example.com. So let's have a quick demo how these policies are enforced. Just a second.
Can you share? Yeah.
Yes, just a second. Let me share the. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, it's
Okay.
visible.
Okay. So I have three. Okay. I just have deployed one product page in this namespace foo. It just have some service that is being, like serving some application. It has two pods. So if I go to the logs, it has two pod injected. One is the Istio proxy, one is the product page. So this is your application and this is your Istio proxy. So I have already enabled the MTLS. So if you see these pods comes up, it will automatically generate the MTLS. Like it will automatically generate the TLS certificate. It will sign it. It will send request to the controller to get the certificate. And once certificate is generated, it will automatically deploy on the sidecar proxy. So whenever a new request comes up, they are doing the MTLS. So this is how, once the rules is configured, then you can apply it and that will be enforced by default. So all this, it has two parts. One is sidecar, which is doing MTLS. So any connection coming into this application, this part, it will do the MTLS. And okay, just a second. I cannot share my code, like VS Code, not sure why. Like I am having some issue sharing with my VS Code that I can show the quick demo. Maybe I can quickly apply in the background and I will show you in the UI. Let me just give me a second. Okay, so if I go to the Istio, it is already, this policy was already deployed. So if I go to the full namespace, you see this authentication policy is already deployed that says do the MTLS, strict MTLS. So this is how you can configure the MTLS for your one of your workload, or you want to do namespace wide or service mesh wide. So okay, let's go back. And then next step is the authorization. So now you are authenticated, you can make a request. Next step is you want to do the authorization, like service A can talk to service B depending upon their RBAC rules, and you can configure the rules to allow, deny, or you can have custom definition. And the general rules is whenever you create a authorization policy, you initially start with nothing. Like you just allow nothing, you just create a rule and you say nothing can talk to each other in a first go. And then you slowly you enable service A can talk to service B on port 3000. So as you need, you open the service like communication channels. You don't, by default, you don't allow everyone. You block in the first go, you block everything. Then you slowly open whenever you need it. And this is again, the proxy will enforce this authorization policies. Rules are applied to this proxy and it will enforce that rule. And this is how your authorization policy looks like. And again, you can have this authorization policy for a service account, or you can have enable this for a port. So there are multiple ways you can enable this. For in the principle, you can have multiple configurations. Either you want to use service account, or you want to use port, or something else. So there are multiple ways you can enable this communication. In this particular example, what I am doing is I am allowing from source. So there is a service account in a default namespace SA default sleep. So this service account can make a request, get request on this namespace foo. Everything else is blocked. So any service account, let's say sleep 1, 2, 3, try to access this namespace, it will be automatically rejected. You can't access it. And these rules are very powerful. And if you misconfigure something, then everything will, like everything will block. Like you won't be able to make any request. So these rules are very problematic. So needs to be configured very carefully. If you mess up these rules, then it will just block everything and nothing will work. So we'll see quick demo before, okay. Okay, so I have one namespace foo where my service is deployed. It is up and running. Let me expose the ingress gateway quickly. And yes. Okay. So I created an ingress gateway, and if I go to this is my gateway that I created. I'm using port 80, and it is ingress gateway, and this is the virtual service that will route my request. This is my virtual service that will route my request to this product page, which is on port 9080. And if I go to this URL that I have for the product page, if I go here, so my application should be accessible. So it is accessible now. So right now there are no authorization policies set up. So this request is being served as so this request is first coming to the ingress gateway, which is in the Istio system. In the Istio system, this is my ingress gateway. There is a Istio ingress gateway default. This gateway, this ingress gateway, these pods are serving this request. Okay, these are in the Istio system. Okay, and even I can, there is a bar. This is the namespace bar, and there is a pod. So there are no rules. I can even access the pods from here as well. So if I go here and if I try to access it, it will work, right? So there are no rules. If I go to the namespace bash and I try to access from here, my pods are accessible. So there are no rules, authorization rules set up. Okay. Now what I will do, I will set up authorization rules that will only allow this Istio system, and in the Istio system, only ingress gateway pod to access this 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 namespace, the foo namespace. Everything else is blocked by default. Okay, so let me apply it. Okay, so I have applied the authorization policy. This authorization policy, this is basically, tells only this Istio system, namespace Istio system, there is a service account, and this service account can access my product page on port 9080. Everything else is blocked. So if I go back and if I try to access this pod again, okay, so if I try to access it, sorry, if I go back to my one of, see, so it is forbidden right now. I cannot access it. But if I go back to my this URL, which is being served by Istio ingress gateway, it is still accessible. So this is how you can enforce the authorization rules for accessing your workload, and it will make sure only specified rules are like specified service accounts or pods are enabled. Everything else is default blocked by default. Okay. So yep, that's the wrap up. That's all I have for this talk. And any questions on this, anything that I can answer?
Hello, if you have any question, feel free to post in chat section of the join Discord channel and post there. We'll be there to answer the. Let's moving to the next topic, next talk. We have the next speaker who is Anand Krishnan from Ziotap. He worked as a lead DevOps engineer and he will be talking around infrastructure as a code. Over to you, Kanan.
Hey Sangam, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you share us a screen?
Yes. Is my screen visible and my audio audible?
Yeah, audio. Yeah, screen visible. Yeah.
Cool. Hello everyone. Hope you all having a wonderful new year. And I'm so excited to talk on the first weekend of this new year on this infrastructure as code topic. So my name is Kannan Anandakrishnan. I work as a lead DevOps engineer at Zeotap. And at Zeotap, we take care of the infrastructure which is running in Google Cloud and taking care of CI/CD pipelines and other SRE related stuff. This is my LinkedIn URL and this is my Medium blog URL. And this talk is it's not a beginner. I mean, of course, it's a basics of infrastructure as a code, but I expect some basic knowledge of what is Terraform and Ansible, which I am sure most of you are aware of it. So yeah. And before I start this topic, I want to show you the video of F1 pit stop in 1950. This is the first F1 Formula One championship, which is a motor race. And I just want to make an analogy of it. So I just want to show you this video before I dive deep further. So during this times, whenever the pit stop is something, when the car comes to the garage or a shed kind of a stuff, where mechanics will replace the tires and refuel it. During this race, then the car will go back to the track and compete in the race. As you can see, at the time, only 4 people were allowed and 2 people were changing the tires. One person is refueling it, and even changing the tires is not so easy. They're using nuts and hammers and breaking it, and you can clearly see that one guy is struggling over there. So it used to take more than a minute or two for a wheel change, or normal pit stop window time is more than a minute or two. So due to that, some of the drivers are hesitant to even come to the pit stop because they would rather manage with their troubles and just continue the race instead of coming to the pit stop and lose some valuable times. So this is how it used to be. And as you can see, it is, I mean, it may look like a very short time, but if you're a F1 driver, 1 minute looks like an 1 hour. I will come back to it later in the demo, why I brought it up and how it is relevant to it. And next slide. Cool. So before the advent of cloud computing, this is how the traditional infrastructure processes, and people who are experienced ones would know it. Traditionally how it is. It's not so easy to set up any new infrastructure. You have to order hardware, set up networks, servers, provision storage, wirings, and securities, and everything is there. And if at all any failure or any missing components, then again you have to go through this everything. So the infrastructure was not accessible to everybody. And if you're a college kid, I don't know, at 90s or 2000, it is very difficult to get access to any piece of servers or anything during that time. Then the cloud computing came in 2000s, this public cloud. It literally changed the landscape. And the infrastructure is not just restricted to one with packets of money. Even a college grad can sign up a free account and set up his own network and create storage and spin up a instance and everything. And more companies started adopting hybrid model. In fact, they literally started with cloud computing, cloud infrastructure as their base infrastructure. So at that time, there is no process or anything around it. So if at all you want to set up any instance, any application, this is not talking about microservices, consider non-microservices application, say any database you want to set it up, right? Or NoSQL databases, which is not a managed ones. So you have to manage it on your own. So you have to provision your instance, then you log in and install your application, then you configure on it own. And this is how it used to be. There is no streamlined process or anything. You just spin up on your own, just within a minute, the instance will come up. Then you can log in and configure. So to show you a demo, I will set up a Aerospike cluster. Aerospike is a NoSQL database, and Zeotap we adapted as a KV store earlier when we started DevOps team. And I'll just show you a quick demo of how we used to create at that time, then how we further optimized it. And yes, For this, I'm just going to use a gcloud command. For the demo, I'm using GCP cloud provider, and this is a gcloud command. It's equivalent to AWS CLI. So as the command says, I'm going to create an instance in this project, in this zone, network, machine types, etc. So let me just. I'm creating 2 instances right now. So this is demo 1 instance, this is demo 2 instances. I'm creating 2 instances. So what I'm going to do is I will create these 2 instances, then I will log into the instance and install Aerospike, configure Aerospike, then access the Aerospike, and yes. So now 2 instances are created. I already set up the authentication and SSH key pair and everything. So I'll just directly go and log in right now. So I logged into the instances. Now I'm going to install the Aerospike, and for that I have the commands here. So Aerospike, I'm going to install a community edition. It's again a NoSQL database, and I'm installing the Aerospike binary and Aerospike management console. Okay, now I'm editing the Aerospike configuration file, database configuration file. So this is self-explanatory. It's just defining who owns the service and where is the logging. And here comes the network part. Then I'm creating a namespace on this database. So here on the network side, you have to specify what is the address of the instance and what are the address of the neighbors, which you want to form a cluster. So here I want to form a cluster with 2 instances. So self address, I just given this address, or I could do localhost, then mesh seed address port. I'm just giving 2 other addresses. Then here I'm defining the namespace and replication factor 1, and memory size I'm just hard coding this as 6 GB. And here in this installation, you might have seen I added 2 local SSDs. It is equivalent to instance store volumes in AWS. In GCP, they call it as the local SSDs, where each one is of size 375 GB. So per instance carry 0.7 TB of local SSD. I'm going to create Aerospike on top of this local SSD. So that's why here I have added a block, this device NVM01, right, block size 128K, and another device. Cool. Just literally replacing the contents and pasting it in instance 1. So in instance 2, I have to change the IP address, self IP addresses or host name. So I did it. Now I'll just start the service. And just bear with me, and I know it is taking a lot of time. I'm starting management console as well. All right, now Aerospike is running on both the machines. To access the console, I'm just using SSH tunnel. I have already set up one instance in this project, so I'm just creating a SSH tunnel on top of it so that I can access these instances dashboard. So this is the dashboard. Now the cluster has been created, and you can see there are 2 nodes, 1 namespace, and per instance has 0.7 TB. So you have got 1.4 TB and 6 GB RAM. We hard coded it, and so we have got 12 GB RAM for the Aerospike, and 2 nodes are visible here, and the namespace is demo. All right. So this is how the Aerospike setup is. And there are many challenges in this Aerospike. One is it is really manual work, as you could see. There is a lot of manual work involved in provisioning and creating and configuring it. And if at all we want to add one more node to this cluster, if at all we want to scale out, say for example we exhausted the total memory allocated, if at all we want to scale out, what we usually do is we create another instance and again log in and install the application, configure it, and add it to the cluster. This is the typical process, right? And of course, you can fasten the scale out process by using something called startup init scripts. During the gcloud command itself, you can provide a startup script which contains the installation instructions of Aerospike. Since it is a literally a shell script, you can provide it. And so you can skip the installation part, directly go to the configuration part. That is, after the VM is created, you will log in and configure. This is one option. Another option is you can take a snapshot of the image, whatever the running instances, right? 1 and 2. You can take a snapshot of the image and provision new instance using those image, so that when the instance comes up, it already has Aerospike installed. Then you log in and configure. So here we are just solving one problem, and then only the configuration is pending. But again, it's also not very sustainable one, because there is a technology called configuration drift. Even it is applicable for driving also, where it is car is drifting or vehicle is drifting, right? So now we have taken an image or out of it, but we don't have any tracking of what changes are being done inside the VM. So during the configuration, yeah, user 1 could add some more changes to the configuration, and user 2 go and add some install additional dependencies. So there are no tracking of changes of what's going inside the VM, and there is no source of truth. So just using the startup script is not going to cut off here, because the startup script you can't edit it, and all those challenges involved. And even taking the image, what if the image is growing every day? What if you are making a lot of changes every day, and you can't keep taking image every single day, right? Every single hour. So the configuration drift is really a pain point. And again, this is, you can do it for 3 instance, 4 instance, but what if you want to add 5 more instances to these instances, right? 5 more instances to the cluster, right? It is really a challenging and tedious task. Going to the demo, configuration drift. So yes, it is a very manual and tedious process, and there are more chances of misconfiguration involved here. As you have seen, I manually updated the Aerospike config with the host name, and for every cluster you have to edit it, and you have to add the IP addresses of other neighbors or host names of other neighbors in the configuration file. Then it's literally death by click, and you have to click. If you are doing it via console, you have to click multiple times, and you have to log in and do everything. And it's not so easy to replicate. Say for example, you want another cluster with 3 nodes or 4 nodes. It's not so easy to replicate. Again, you have to go through the manual process again and again. And finally, it's a trivial knowledge. I mean, someone who has done it many times would know how to do it. What are the issues? Say if there is a configuration mismatch, he would be able to identify. And it is a very trivial knowledge sticking to only one person. So these are the challenges we faced at that time. And every time when the team comes up with, hey, we need another cluster, again, it was quite a toil for us to go through this, and we were wasting precious time doing this. So then we started adapting the infrastructure as a code framework, and for that we explored a couple of tools, and we found these tools really helped solving these problems and troubles for us. And some of the tools are on this order: HashiCorp Packer, and Packer is a image template creation tool, which used to, you just have to define what is the instance you want to create, what are the actions you want to perform, what are the packages you want to install. Packer will create an instance and install all the whatever you are telling, hey, install this, install those packages. It will install it, take an image snapshot, and give you an image ID at the end of the day. Then Terraform, of course, everyone is familiar with it. It is to provision the instance. So we used the image created by Packer to provision. Then Ansible to configure the application. So now I will show you the demo of how to create a image in Packer and how to use it in Terraform and configure it in Ansible. So before that, let me just delete those 2 instances I created manually. Yes. While it is getting deleted, I will create my Packer. Okay, so this is the functionality of Packer. So Packer, what it will do is it will just create an instance, VM instance with whatever image you are specifying. It will create an instance with the instance type in the project, in the network which you are defining. Then it will SSH into the instance. Then after it SSH into the instance, it will perform certain actions. So this is the hacker configuration file. Again, it's a HCL file, HashiCorp tool. So this is the source template I have specified. This is literally instructions containing what is the instance type to use and what is the disk size and other information I have provided it, in which network again. So these are variables. We have defined that variable. We can of course overwrite it during the creation of the Packer build instance and everything. And here the main part. Here we are saying build and take this source. And I have added two provisioners. This first provisioner is just to check whether the provisioner is working fine, uname and uptime. The second provisioner is the shell script I am passing. So what Packer will do is it will create this source, then go and perform this build actions. So here the build actions are two shell actions. One is just to execute the shell commands. Another action is installation of the script. They're still waiting for the SS to become available. So meanwhile, I'll just open the install script. So you can see the install script is literally whatever I have executed inside those VM instances, right? Downloading the Aerospike server package and installing the server, and Aerospike AMC management console and installing it. So the Packer, what it will do is it will create an instance, then it will SSH into the instance, and it will perform those actions which I have defined it in the build provisioner. Okay, due to the concern of time, I'll just let it run. I'll go to the next one. I already created an image for Packer. But the concept is like we are creating an image in Packer. At the end of the Packer execution, it will create you the image to this. So in the gfloat command, ELR I have used, you can see I use the Ubuntu image, which is a generic plain Ubuntu image. So now I'm going to use the image created by Packer. So for that, I'm going to, so now we have seen the image creation function, image creation part of the pipeline. Now I'm going to the provision part. So for provision, I'm using Terraform, and I believe most of you are familiar with Terraform. And again, Terraform is, it's a tool which gives you option to tell, hey Terraform, I want to create instances on Google Cloud. I want to create compute instance. So Terraform will call the Google Cloud Platforms API and create those instances. And it gives you a very structured format where you can code, where you can tell Terraform literally typing the code. So here again, resources Google Compute Instance, and I'm defining instance count, project, mission type, and everything, boot disk. And here also I'm specifying the local SSD count and everything. So this is the Terraform template. And I already defined those variables here. And here I'm passing this values. So create in this project, in this host name, region, zone, instance count, and image name. I mentioned that I already used a Packer to create an instance. I'm not sure it is working. So yeah, I'm going to use the image which I created just before this session. So yes, I'm specifying local SSD count as 2, image count as 2. And here I don't have to run it twice because, here I have already specified count.indexes. This is for the host name. I'm already specifying the instance count. So Terraform is knowledgeable enough to know that there are 2 instances it has to create. So it will run it twice. So I don't have to run it twice. I just have to specify the instance count. And based on the count parameter, Terraform will take care of it. So now I'm just going to the Terraform repository. All right. So command is Terraform plan. I'm just using a shortcut. TF plan. Okay, so it is going to add 2 instances. As you see, like I mentioned, it is creating 2 instance count, and it has taken all the inputs I have provided, instance type and everything. And here it is using the image, Packer Aerospike V image. Cool. Doing apply. So yes, now we created 2 instances, and we got this IPs. Now I don't have to log into those instances and configure. For that, I'm going to use Ansible. And the beauty of Terraform is like it is, you can go and update the Terraform. It is keeping the it keeps the memory of how many instances it has created. It keeps a state file, so it would know how many instances it already has created. So now if I go to the WAS and change the instance count as 4 and go and apply Terraform apply, it won't create 4 new instances again. It already knows that it has 2 instances. So now it has to add only 2 more. So it's giving it. So okay, so now 4 instances I have created, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to log into my Ansible instance, and before that, I'm just going to get one property. All right, so now I'm in the Ansible instance. I'm going to run an Ansible playbook, and before that, I'll just explain what is the Ansible playbook was. So this is a very minimal playbook. So in this Ansible playbook, what I'm doing is I'm performing 3 tasks. One is copying the Aerospike config file and then restart the Aerospike and restart the AMC. As you already know that we created those instances with Aerospike pre-installed using the image created by Packer. So all we have to do is we just have to configure it. For that, I'm keeping the configuration file template here. So Ansible has a feature called Jinja template. I mean, people who are using Python would be aware of it. So Jinja helps you to substitute some variables and write for loops and everything. So in this configuration file, I'm keeping a template of a config file, and whatever the variables, which is variable per cluster. So I'm substituting it using Ansible. So here you can see address. I'm using the system facts. This is Ansible will get the system facts and it will fetch the IP, and I'm substituting the IP address over here. Then in this place, I have to specify 4 nodes IP address or the host name. So instead of me manually doing it, it's a variable, right? For each cluster, for each IP, each host name, it would vary, right? So I'm making use of the Jinja template, and so the Jinja template will automatically substitute over here. You may wonder what is this variable, iterable variable I'm using. So that when I go to the Ansible command, you would get to know. But I'm passing a list value, so it is iterating over that list and putting this value. And even here, memory size, in the previous configuration, we have seen I hard coded as a 6 GB. That is, we are allocating 6 GB to the instance because those instances are 8 GB RAM, and I allocated 6 GB to Aerospec, 2 GB to the OS. But what if we create an instance of size 24 GB or 48 GB, right? So you want to allocate maximum to the database and fixed value to the instance, but whereas it was other way around in the configuration where we hard coded how much we want to allocate, but it should be the other way around. The OS memory should be fixed and the application memory should be dynamic. So again, I'm using a logic provided by Ansible and calculating it. Memory sizes, whatever the total memory of the instance, just minus 4 GB. The minus 4 GB is that is for the instance. And here the local disk, we have seen I added 2 local disks, but what if there are 8 local SSDs, right? So again, those block has to be written for each devices. So here also I'm just listing all the disk local SSDs attached to it, and if it starts with the NVMe, just rewrite this block for all the disk. And yes, this is the Ginger template is okay. So now I am into this instance. So I'm using a static host inventory. Static host inventory is like I'm predefining these are the 4 hosts, but Ansible has a support of dynamic host inventory as well. For this demo, I'm just using a static host inventory, right? And give me a moment. Yes. Sorry. So you can see now Ansible is communicating to all 4 instances, and it has copied the configuration file, and it has restarted the Aerospike and restarted the AMC as well. Now, if I go to that page, since the same host name, it just maintains the connection. You can see there are 4 nodes and close to 3 TB, that is 0.7 into 4, 2.8 to 2.93. And this RAM I have to check what is the instance size I have created. And yeah, 4 nodes have been created and all the 4 nodes are visible. And yes, so this is the beauty of Ansible is that you just define it, and using the Ginger template, I just substituted all the host IPs. So even if I have to add 4 more nodes to this cluster, I will just follow the same steps. I'll just go to the Terraform and change the instance count to 8 so that I will get 4 more additional instances. In the Ansible, I will come and run this playbook again on those 8 clusters. But right now, since I'm using a static host file, I have to manually add it. But if I'm using a dynamic host file, I don't even have to specify it. It will just discover it on its own, and the cluster would be created just like that. Now going back to this demo. So yes, and of course all this configuration we stored it in GitHub. So after this, it was quite an easy thing for us, and it doesn't need any trivial knowledge. You just need a fundamental knowledge of this usage of these tools. And Packer is every time Aerospike provides releases a new version, then we used to create a new Packer images based on that version. And of course, including the system updates and everything, you can just set it up as a periodically one also. And you can all this is a pipeline, right? This is a 3-step action. One is Packer, followed by provision, followed by configuration, right? So whatever tools, CI/CD pipeline tools which you are using, even in Jenkins or even in any open source tool which you are using, you can create a pipeline, stitch it all together, based on the request. And Terraform, since it supports variable, if you want to create a cluster, say for example, for a demo with a different naming convention, different configuration, you can pass it as a variables for your pipeline. So it all can be stitched together, and it saves a lot of time. Like you have seen, we didn't even log into any of the instances. Packer is just a one-time creation. Then Terraform is just a simple file, make only one change and just execute it. And Ansible is like how many instances it can run it all seamlessly. So this way now, I don't have to no longer have to store the commands, no longer have to manually go and create anything. All my configuration is over here. So for Terraform, this is all the configuration I needed to create a cluster. And likewise for Packer, say for example, if I want to install another package tomorrow, and I can just go and add in provisioner over here. And likewise in Ansible, if at all I'm making any configuration changes over here, changing the log path or changing the memory allocated or the disk block size, I only have to make changes in the configuration and reapply it on top of all the instances. And this will be stored in the GitHub repository. Yes. Demo we have seen. And before I end it, I just wanted to show you another video of the pit stop. So this is the fastest pit stop history recorded in the world. This is on 2019 Brazilian GP by Red Bull team, which is my favorite. It took only 1.28 seconds for the car to enter the pit lane and just change the tires. During the start of the video, we have seen how it took more than a minute or two for the changing of the wheels and tires, and how many efforts it took it. And I also mentioned drivers were hesitant to come into the pit stop unless otherwise it's the only way option, because they didn't want to touch it. They didn't want to get into the trouble of going there and sitting and waiting. So likewise, even in infrastructure without IAC, it may initially it would be easy for you to get started, but you would definitely run into problems. It is not a sustainable approach, because every time you have to make any changes, make any configuration, since there is no source of truth, there is no centralized tracking of anything, you will run into any problems. So like we have seen in the pit stop video, so like how the F1 and the F1 teams optimize their pit stop time to the sub 2 seconds, so that they can focus on the actual race. Races are not won in the pit stop, the races are won in the track, so they could go and focus on the track and win the races. So likewise, by adopting the infrastructure as a code framework, we all can focus on the actual race, which is delivering the product. And this IAC will help you to maintain a world-class infrastructure, not only the world-class, and it would be very efficient, very easy to follow, and it's a sustainable one, so that we can actually focus on the actual race, which is building a world-class products backed by the world-class infrastructure. And yes, with that, I'm signing off. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Sangam. Thank you, Cube Daily, and thank you all the viewers.
It's quite an interesting use case. Thank you for the presenting. It's a lot of informative. Looking forward to your next talk. Maybe next conference we'll do. Thank you for your contribution.
Yes.
Thank you for the contribution.
Thank you, Sangam. Yes.
Moving to the last talk of the conference, and before that, I would like to thank everyone, those who watching till now. I know it's very long event, and even those who presented at conference, they also waited so long. But I would like to thank everyone, audience, and we have the last talk, which is going to be around security infrastructure as a code by Avinash Darvi. He is a AWS community builder, and he will be presenting around infrastructure code security. And over to you, Avinash.
Thank you, Sangam, for giving an opportunity. Hello all. So let me just share my screen. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about infrastructure as a code and how to keep that in secure, and what are the best practices to follow also. So let me introduce myself. Myself Avinash Darvi, and you can call me Avi. I'm a full stack developer, currently working as a senior software engineer at Eagleview, India, and I'm a AWS community builder. Today we are going to learn about that infrastructure as a code and how to keep it secure. So agenda is we'll cover it, what problem does IAC solve, what is the IAC, who are the providers for the IAC, and keeping infrastructure as a code is vulnerable or not, what are the steps can be taken care to keep us secure, and best practices to keep IAC as a secure, as a scalable also. Okay, so let's start. So what problem does IAC solve? It's solving the pain of the managing IT infrastructure. But before you come to that point, right, let me just tell you that with the what out of the way, let's turn out our focus to why our infrastructure as a code and why is needed. What problem does it solve? So infrastructure as a code means to manage your IT infrastructure using the configuration files. So it's like whatever you do manually, right? Like setting up the AWS or maybe Azure cloud setup through the console, that can be done through the configuration file. That's about the infrastructure as a code. So infrastructure as a code are evolved to solve the problem of the environment drift. In a release pipeline, without IAC, team must maintain some settings of the individual deployment environment. So what exactly the pain of the managing infrastructure the IAC solve? Let's look at the bullet points. It's help to reduce the cost of the infra. How? Because when you manage through the console and when you do it through the configuration file, it takes a more scalable part and more like a updating parts also. No need to delete or anything. Everything will be taken care by that the IAC. It's also scalable and availabilities. Third point is like a monitoring and performance visibility will be more. So these are the crucial point while was solved by the IAC. So what is the IAC? Okay, so now we are just discussed, right? That's part like the IAC. Like. So infrastructure, like you can see the images in my slides, like infrastructure is a difficult. It is not easy now, and it has never been easy also. Okay, thinking that IAC is easy can lead to the misconception that IAC does not require maintenance or care or feeding. No, it is also required. Even if that care, like it reduces our pain of the managing the infrastructure, but still it required some caring and feeding also. We'll talk about that in our next slide, how the caring and feeding is required and what to be the best practice to follow it. Okay, before I jump to the new slide, right, let me just play you one small video created by me. A small, it show how the IAC can work. I think everyone has seen the videos, right? It says that, like, suppose if we are in a situation, like, anytime the war can happen, okay, and the Joe is one person, like, who is managing the cloud and everything, but he don't have anything to, if anything happen, like, suppose somebody has put a bomb on him, and that account infrastructure and every infrastructure is gone. Now, what he will do? His client will rush away. What is happening now, right? So for that, right, what he will do? That's the actually IAC solve the problem. So IAC keep our infrastructure, all the configuration under the file and version controls also. So even if you destroy that things or even that disaster has happened, still we can able to recover that thing and you can create a new instance or you can update an instance through the IAC. That's about the magic of the IAC. That's why sometimes we call the IAC is a magic, okay, the goddess to saver kind of the cloud infrastructure. So let's talk about like keeping IACs vulnerable or not. Okay. So there are four points are there, which is the major points. Like I'll highlight on that part: secret and stuff in a cloud formation. So what exactly secret and stuff? Like if you are using the AWS or maybe the Google Cloud or Azure, right? Any of the cloud. So there are some secrets. The tools are there service. Like AWS has secret manager. Okay. So that's way the secret managing. So if you push the all directly secret, like values of the particular key, like client key or secret key or any of the like private key also in the cloud formation, that can be vulnerable because your code configuration access to the everyone, right? So when you're doing that time, you should manage that part. Okay. Second part, like push CF directly instead of going through the git and without versioning. So like So AWS or maybe other consoles like even the provide a direct changes of the cloud formations or maybe the IAC template to the console. But it is not a good practice to us do it, right? So sometime what happens, some people are like, they push directly changes in a template and then deploy it. But instead of putting it through the Git or version control, that might be the vulnerable. Third point is like without validating the and directly pushing the nested config. Sometimes what happens when we do the configurations, right? It is a nested one. Like suppose one is the API gateway. Under the API gateway, the Lambda configuration is there. Under the Lambda configuration, there a second manager is there. Suppose or maybe the IAM configuration is there. These are the nested configuration will be there. So sometimes what happens if you not put the nested configuration tested properly validated, right? It can break your current infrastructure also. And it can wrongly implement the current infrastructure, and that can cause you cost and some the like immediate problems also. So that also happens. So it is also like important like that writing the config file also validate before the pushing it and everything is fine or not. Okay, fourth point is like learning curve. So what is learning curve is exactly? Learning curve, like sometimes when we are newly people are working on it, that part, okay, that time is generally sometimes small mistake can happen. The small mistake can be also a vulnerable also. Because if you don't know exactly all the configurations of the cloud, like what are the particular small things are there, like ARN, or maybe the what volume size are there, what is the role have to put it, what is the exactly link has to put to service, like API gateway to Lambda, that can cause the problem. So for some resources, if it doesn't do proper cleanup resources, so that template should be broken down appropriately. Okay, so that's why. So infrastructure as a code is a very powerful tool, but the risks of the utilizing it include propagating the small configuration. Small mistake across the infrastructure can break everything. Misconfiguration may take several different forms, such as insecure, default configurations, or maybe including half of the CloudFormation template. Like even half baked CloudFormation can also break your infrastructure. Other form of misconfiguration include a publicly accessible S3 bucket or encrypted database. This issue can lead to breach just as easily, as I mentioned, right? In some cases, more easily than exploiting a 0-day in a custom code. So that's like the detecting and fixing that misconfiguration help eliminate like environment drift or scenario which the configuration for different deployment can fall of the thing of their templates. So that's why IAC is a powerful, but still it is a vulnerable. If you don't do it very carefully, it can break a system. So as you see in my first slide, like it required a care, it required a feeding. So that the vulnerable part is the caring part is like we have to be very careful of doing all the changes, maintaining the all netted configuration. That's about the vulnerability to maintain it. Who are the providers for IAC? Like, I think these are the major, like the topmost provider in IAC, like AWS CloudFormation, Azure Resource Manager, Google Cloud Deployment Manager, and Terraform. So there are many providers like which enable the IAC, right, in the market. But these are the major one. Like the first three are considered are the native IAC provider. What is the native? Like the AWS, Azure, Google has their own platform, to create the IAC services. So these are the native. Whereas Terraform support all of the three clouds. So IAC template form all provider can be written in a JavaScript object notations. It's like a JSON based object. But sometimes JSON syntax can be tricky to understand. It also error prone. For this reason, three of IAC providers have enabled the use of YAML. Okay, YAML is another format which we can write the IAC template. So generally, I think I got one line that's like which humorously stand for yet another markup language. Okay, that's called a YAML. So only collective drawback of the CloudFormation, ARM, and Google Deployment Manager is they are more suitable to their own cloud. So if you create a CloudFormation template, that will only allow to the AWS. That cannot be a cross-platform. Similar for Google and Azure also. That's the problem of their own, like owning that part. Okay. So what happened? Organization wishing to leverage a multi-cloud environment sometimes. Okay, due to cost or due to multiple reasons also support the backup point of view. So what exactly a Terraform plays a very crucial role. So Terraform delivers the IAC which encapsulates all the major cloud in one single file. That's the beauty of the particular Terraform. So Terraform is not a native provider, but Terraform supports all of the 3 cloud provider, and which can enable the company to do the multi or cross-platform cloud. So that's about the IAC providers. Okay. So what are the steps can be taken care to keep your like IAC as secure as possible? Okay. So prevent hardcore secret from the permitting the IAC. As I mentioned earlier also, like putting the secret value in IAC template is not recommendable. It is more vulnerable. That's why we should always use that possibility to use directly the particular service which derives that secret value. So Amazon has a secret manager service which derive the secret values that can help us to keep the invulnerable code also there. Next, reduce the times and impact of the code leaks. So what happens generally sometimes if small configuration like I mentioned, right, that can also cause your big like the cloud infrastructure. So that also you can reduce the part like impact of the code leakage there. Restrict the access to the environment. So it's like when you are doing any template, right, it should be a proper the environment based template. Ideally, when you're passing it, it should be dynamic variable should pass like a dev, production, stage environment. It should not be hardcode that variable environment under the template. It can cause a problem and can also problem. Suppose by mistake the developer has or anyone has the dev people has done that like production as a hardcore environment in a cloud template and they by mistakenly deployed, it can cause a problem. So restrict the access to environment. So best practice is like to use that particular environment variables to the dynamically. Okay, and prevent the IAC code from tampering. So it should not. It's like putting the proper access level to the particular template and the particular that service which has like Amazon has a cloud formation, Azure has a resource manager. Give that particular access to the limited people who has a more maturities also. So it can avoid a tampering and avoid the complexity. How do you avoid the complexity? You can do the modular activity. How suppose if you have multiple resources to create it, right? So create a separate YML file and then link it each other. If you do everything in under the one file, that can cause understanding problems also. And if small mistake can the problems create that. So avoid the complexity part. And the last one is like alert on a failure. So keep that alert mechanism in place whenever there is a failures happen, right? That should be alert should be either it's a Slack, a notification email, whatever the medium you use it. So use that alert mechanism to keep that secure part. So now next is what IAC best practices we can follow it. Okay, IAC is like keep as secure as possible and as scalable as possible also. That's the tagline. I will just check it here. So go native whenever is possible. Native is like cloud, AWS, Azure, Google. These are the native cloud, right? Whenever is possible. But there is a challenge also going to native. So sometime I'll come to that point. And consider the multi-cloud options. So using a Terraform, you can enable that part to use it like it can allow to any cloud environment to deploy that particular thing. But also consider a vendor lock-in. Sometimes what happens in like particular company are very keen toward using the particular that clouds only, and that sometimes cause if something is happened in that particular cloud environment, there is no backup for it. Okay, so that's also we should not do a particular vendor lock-in. So company should follow that a backup plan also. So you can keep the AWS, Azure, or any other option whichever is suitable as A and B as a plan. So vendor lock-in should not be there. Okay, and as I mentioned, Terraform is the best way to do this because it allowed a multi-cloud support. So use as a Terraform as possible as there. Use immutable infrastructure approach. Then use version control for IAC file. You can use whatever the version control, GitHub, Bitbucket, or code commit, anything which is possible, use it. It allowed you to versioning our files, whatever changes happen. If anything is problems comes from the IAC also, we can revert back using the particular version control through the tag or through the branching model. So use version control for IAC file. Do the IAC compilation regulations. So there is a like these are, whichever the native clouds are there, right? So AWS or Microsoft or Azure, right? These are the allowed the compliance and regulation and validator also there. So they have their online validator. Before you upload and proceed, right? You can regulate that particular template and do it then only. Don't store secret. Like even this, I think you can see that this line is coming very many times, right? Generally, so because that's a very crucial part. Don't store secret in IAC definition. As I mentioned in the best practices, as I mentioned in the vulnerable also, don't store secret in IAC definition. That's the very thumb rule of the IAC best practice. Okay. So what happened? Like IAC can be used to update a resource when they are already running it. And the most efficient, reliable way to manage those is the update is to store IAC file. Version control. And best practice is to scan the IAC file automatically and continuously, ensuring that validations occur whenever the IAC definition is created or updated. So that's about the IAC best practices. So I'm done with my sessions. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And these are the like GitHub repos available link. I'll posted my site GitHub link where the slides available is there, and a reference link which have got some content and reference pointer there. And you can connect me over the Twitter, GitHub, and LinkedIn, whichever is suitable. Thank you.